Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to welcome you all here again, so we can continue with our virtual e-governance workshop. I'm still Doris Põld, the CEO of Estonian ICT Cluster, and together UFM and GCZ, we are happy to organize this event for you. Yesterday, you were very actively participating in our discussions, asking questions. I'm encouraging you to keep up the same vibe also today. So please be actively involved, ask the questions. And in order to do that, let me remind you some small details. Translation is available for you, so please use the interpretation button. For that, questions in English are still awaited in the Zoom chat box. And at any time, if you want to speak with us in face-to-face through video, you are very welcome to do it. So please then use under the reaction button the function raise hand, and we will then let you on air. We will give you the chance to speak, to ask the question on live. It is very interesting for us too then. It goes, let's say, in the both sides. We're waiting very much your involvement into this. As I yesterday evening promised, then today we will speak about the legal framework for building secure digital society, and we will speak about the practical examples, public sector services, and also the services for the citizens and businesses in order to build up the more competitive business environment. So firstly, we will speak about legal framework, and then we will come the panel discussion with the practical examples like land registry, like business registry, e-justice, and so on. So stay tuned with us. Hopefully it will be very interesting. But firstly, I'm very happy to invite to the stage Mrs. Katrin Nyman from Tallinn Technical University in order to speak about how ensure the favorable legal environment for e-governance. So, Katrin, please.
Bonjour, bienvenue à tout le monde. Je m'appelle Catherine Nyman-Metcalf. Comme je dis, je suis professeure de droit à l'Université de technologie de Tallinn et je travaille aussi comme consultant avec les questions de l'e-gouvernement dans beaucoup de différents pays. Et je vais vous raconter un peu du cadre juridique et réglementaire de l'e-gouvernement. J'imagine que la plupart d'entre vous, vous n'êtes pas juriste, mais il ne faut pas trop s'inquiéter parce que cette conférence ne va pas être très juridique, disons. C'est plutôt une introduction pour vous montrer comment et pourquoi les questions juridiques et réglementaires doivent faire partie des réformes pour introduire ou améliorer votre e-gouvernement ou plus largement pour introduire une société numérique. Quand je travaille dans les différents pays, aussi quand mes collègues travaillent, qui ne sont pas les juristes, travaillent dans les différents pays, très souvent on parle des obstacles juridiques des gouvernements ou de sociétés numériques. Moi, je dis parfois, et c'est peut-être provoqué un peu, mais je dis que ça n'existe pas. Ça n'existe pas, les obstacles juridiques. Et comment est-ce qu'on peut dire ça? Voilà, il faut faire une différence entre l'application des lois et la création des lois. Si, à un certain moment, on regarde les législations de n'importe quel pays, évidemment, on peut rencontrer des choses qui sont des obstacles pour faire les services électroniquement, pour signer électroniquement, etc. Mais ces obstacles ne sont pas les obstacles permanents, pas les obstacles nécessaires. Ce n'est pas comme si on ne peut pas changer la législation pour être conforme à une société numérique. Et ce n'est pas très étonnant que souvent on parle des obstacles juridiques. Par exemple, la plupart des juristes dans n'importe quel pays travaillent avec l'application des lois existantes plutôt que création de la législation. Et comme ça, c'est peut-être plus facile de regarder les problèmes qui existent aujourd'hui que de regarder qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire et comment peut-on faire ça pour changer cette situation. Aussi, une autre raison pourquoi on parle de ces obstacles, même si peut-être les obstacles en effet n'existaient pas, c'est que les juristes ne sont pas très souvent intégrés dès le début des réformes d'une société numérique. Et ça, c'est un problème parce que si on n'adresse pas les questions dès le début, on peut créer des obstacles. Donc, c'est très important d'intégrer les questions juridiques dès le début. Mais en effet, parfois, c'est peut-être moins compliqué qu'on peut croire, parce que si on regarde ces systèmes des gouvernements, d'interopérabilité, etc., qui paraît assez compliqués, on peut penser qu'évidemment aussi, il faut un cadre législatif au moins aussi compliqué. Mais en effet, ce n'est pas le cas. Ce qu'il faut éviter, c'est d'introduire trop de législation spécifique. Et ça, pas seulement parce que ce n'est pas nécessaire, ce que je veux expliquer, mais aussi parce qu'il faut éviter de créer des structures parallèles. Ça ne veut pas dire, et je vais expliquer dans un instant ce que ça veut dire les structures parallèles et pourquoi ça peut être peut-être un peu dangereux, disons. Mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'il n'y a pas de travail pour les juristes ou pas le travail juridique. Comme j'ai déjà dit, il faut intégrer ces questions. Et ce qu'il faut faire, c'est de vraiment analyser la législation pour voir est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose et qu'est-ce qu'il y a qui peut être une sorte d'obstacle pour utiliser une forme électronique, pour utiliser les données numérisées, etc. Ça peut être assez souvent les choses très simples. Peut-être on dit qu'il faut écrire avec un stylo bleu ou il y a quelque sorte de décisions qui sont issues sur le papier gris, par exemple. Les mots qui invoquent des systèmes traditionnels à faire les choses. Si on voit quelque chose comme ça dans la législation, et il faut dire, ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on fait dans quelques mois ou quelque chose comme ça, c'est un travail continu. Il faut le faire tout le temps, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de lois, on ne peut pas faire ça dans un certain moment, mais aussi comme la législation se développe tout le temps, il faut se rendre compte que c'est quelque chose qu'il faut intégrer comme une question importante dans le travail législatif. Quand on voit ces choses-là, c'est qu'il faut souligner au crayon rouge ou qu'il faut écrire sur papier gris ou quelque chose comme ça, il faut se demander qu'est-ce que ça donne? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a qui est différent quand on fait des décisions sur papier gris si on compare avec d'autres décisions? S'il y a des choses, voilà, à ce moment, il faut que nous, les juristes, on discute avec les techniciens pour voir comment peut-on recréer ça électroniquement. Mais assez souvent, on peut trouver qu'en effet, ça ne donne rien, c'est seulement une tradition. Et peut-être c'est un bon moment d'éliminer ces sortes de règles de forme dans la législation. Mais c'est un travail qu'il faut faire, cette adaptation et analyse. Et je reviens à ces questions, pourquoi pas introduire trop de législation spécifique? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire des structures parallèles? Ce que ça veut dire, c'est que si, disons par exemple que vous voulez construire quelque chose sur votre terrain. Il y a pas mal de questions juridiques. Il faut montrer que c'est vraiment votre terrain. Et il faut, peut-être il y a des règles spécifiques pour construire dans cet endroit, etc. Mais ces questions ne sont pas liées à comment vous faites cette demande. Si vous le faites électroniquement sur papier, ça ne doit pas être plus important que si vous le faites le lundi ou le mardi, par exemple. Et j'imagine que déjà, vous disiez, mais voilà, elle oublie quelque chose de très important. Évidemment, oui, il y a des choses différentes. Par exemple, comment s'identifier. Et je ne veux parler plus de ça parce que ça, c'est quelque chose qui, normalement, nécessite de législation spécifique. Mais ce qui n'est pas nécessaire, c'est de faire les lois différentes pour les différents services. Mais les questions qui sont spécifiques sont normalement horizontales. Elles sont les mêmes questions pour les différents secteurs de la législation. Et donc, si on crée trop de législation spécifique, on risque d'oublier que la législation ne doit pas trop parler de la technologie, parce qu'en ce cas, déjà demain, peut-être, c'est tout différent, la technologie. Donc, il y a du travail législatif, il y a du travail pour les juristes, mais ce n'est pas nécessairement le travail d'écrire des règles très compliquées. C'est autre chose. C'est une analyse et c'est aussi cette coopération entre les différentes institutions, les différentes questions vraiment qui nécessitent une collaboration. Je veux parler un peu plus de ça aussi. Il faut se demander, pour comprendre les implications juridiques, il faut se demander qu'est-ce que c'est que les gouvernements. Je sais que vous avez déjà parlé beaucoup de ça, et vous le connaissez sans doute même avant ce petit cours, mais pour les juristes, ces mots-clés donnent disons, les indications à ce qu'il faut penser avec ce travail d'analyse et peut-être d'écrire quelques règles. Et les deux mots-clés sont l'interactivité et l'interopérabilité. L'interactivité, ça veut dire la possibilité de faire des transactions et avoir accès aux services comparé à et gouvernement aussi, on peut utiliser ce terme, où on peut accéder à l'information électroniquement. Ce qui normalement c'est le premier pas et c'est déjà très important parce que c'est beaucoup plus facile pour les particuliers d'accéder à l'information électronique que si on est obligé d'aller quelque part. Mais en ce cas, normalement, comme ce n'est pas important de s'identifier, c'est très facile pour les juristes, il n'y a presque rien à faire. C'est quand commence l'interactivité que commence aussi le travail avec l'identification. Et comment créer cette identification, évidemment, ça, ce n'est pas une question juridique, mais comme l'identification, les signatures sont tellement importants pour le système juridique, c'est à ce moment où c'est important que les gens peuvent s'identifier d'une manière qui est aussi sécure que l'identification traditionnelle. C'est en ce moment où c'est absolument nécessaire d'avoir une législation propre pour ces questions. L'interopérabilité, c'est comme vous connaissez, j'en suis sûre déjà, notre système X-Road, le Routex, qui est le nom donné à ce système d'interopérabilité en Estonie. L'interopérabilité, ça veut dire que les bases de données peuvent parler l'un avec l'autre, communiquer. Pour ça, il faut quelques règles, mais en effet, pas beaucoup, et je veux parler un peu plus de ça aussi. Et juste pour vous rappeler, je suis sûre que vous connaissez déjà cette image X-Road, et peut-être quelques de mes collègues utilisent d'autres images, même plus modernes. Mais moi, je l'aime bien, celui-là, même si on va créer quelque chose comme ça aujourd'hui, probablement on l'aura nommé le nuage X au lieu d'un route X, parce qu'au début, on a créé maintenant, vous regardez ce nuage, on l'a dessiné comme une route, comme une rue entre ces différentes bases de données. Mais ce qui est important du point de vue juridique ici, c'est comment entrer dans ce système parmi l'identification et aussi les sécurités de ces bases de données qui sont responsables pour ça, l'idée de responsabilité de ce système. Donc, ce n'est pas comme si on a besoin de beaucoup de législation. Les règles, en ce qui concerne comment fonctionne cette interopérabilité, se trouvent normalement pas dans la législation, mais surtout dans les autres actes, les décrets, etc. Les actes qui sont plus faciles à changer que les lois, et aussi où on peut utiliser un langage un peu plus différent, on peut décrire les choses, etc. Mais il y a des choses qui sont très, très importantes du point de vue juridique. Parce que, avec ce système, le X-Road, c'est possible, techniquement, d'avoir plus d'accès aux différentes données personnelles qui existent dans ces différentes bases de données. Et c'est absolument nécessaire que cette question qui a le droit d'accéder aux données personnelles est totalement différent aux questions de possibilités technologiques d'accéder aux données personnelles. Par exemple, si je retourne un tout petit peu, vous regardez ces boîtes bleu clair au coin sont les entreprises privées. C'est aussi possible pour les entreprises privées d'être dans ce système d'interopérabilité et échanger les données entre les différentes bases de données. Et surtout pour les privés, mais aussi pour le secteur public, c'est très important que pour l'accès aux données personnelles, on peut toujours dire pourquoi, sur quelle base juridique, législative, a-t-on le droit d'accéder à ces données personnelles, qui a le droit de le faire. Donc, il faut des règles sur ça qui n'ont rien à faire, en effet, de la possibilité technologique d'accéder. Et si on fait ça, il n'y a pas plus de risques avec ce système. En effet, il y a moins de risques pour la protection des données personnelles qu'avec un système traditionnel. Et une manière d'utiliser les technologies pour la transparence et pour la sécurité des protections des données personnelles, c'est quand une autorité ou quelqu'un qui a le droit d'accéder aux données personnelles dans ce système d'X-Road, j'imagine que vous avez déjà parlé de ça aussi avec mes collègues, mais ça ne fait rien parce que c'est très important, c'est bien de le répéter, et c'est aussi très important pour les juristes. Cet accès aux données, ça laisse une trace. Et moi, si j'accède à mes données, je peux voir qu'une autorité a accédé à mes données. Au sein de l'autorité, on peut aussi voir qui a fait ça, quelle personne a fait ça. Et comme ça, les règles de protection des données personnelles, et il y a beaucoup de textes sur cette slide, mais je vais expliquer seulement un peu de ça. Mais dans les règles des protections des données personnelles, ce qui est très important, c'est qu'on a toujours une raison basée sur la législation pour utiliser les données personnelles d'un individu. Et qu'on les utilise d'une manière qui est en proportion, proportionnelle à cet but pour lequel on utilise ces données. En ce qui concerne le secteur privé, les raisons ou la base pour utiliser les données, c'est presque toujours le consentement. Que les individus ont donné leur consentement à l'utilisation de ces données. En ce qui concerne le secteur public, ce n'est pas toujours le cas parce qu'il y a aussi d'autres raisons. On peut utiliser les données si c'est nécessaire pour les services publics ou c'est nécessaire pour des raisons de l'État, d'autres raisons de l'État. Mais même si on a d'autres raisons que le consentement, ça ne veut pas dire qu'on peut le faire juste comme ça. Et c'est très dangereux quand on n'a plus de l'interopérabilité, si on pense comme ça, que voilà, maintenant c'est possible de faire tout cela, on va le faire juste comme ça. Non, ce n'est pas ça, mais il faut penser toujours à exactement qui, pourquoi, comment peut-on accéder à ces données. Ça, c'est important parce que la protection des données est très importante. C'est aussi important quand on est en train de créer ou recréer ou améliorer la société numérique, parce que même aujourd'hui, quand les données électroniques existent déjà depuis assez longtemps, pour beaucoup de gens, on a moins de confiance dans les données électroniques parce que peut-être ça paraît un peu vague et on ne sait pas exactement qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, etc. Et ce n'est pas seulement pour être gentil qu'il faut penser à ce que pensent les gens, mais aussi si les gens n'ont pas confiance dans les différents services électroniques, par exemple, ils ne vont pas les utiliser. Si c'est le cas qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de gens qui utilisent ces services, c'est moins intéressant pour les entreprises, les organisations, pour l'État de développer les services électroniques. Et vous voyez, c'est comme ça que les gens ne veulent pas les utiliser, il n'y a pas beaucoup à utiliser, c'est moins intéressant d'apprendre comment les utiliser, etc. Donc c'est important aussi pour le développement de sociétés numériques et pour les gouvernements que les gens ont confiance. Et même si seulement la législation, ça ne donne pas confiance. Mais la législation est importante comme une des manières de donner de confiance aux gens. Et c'est pour ça que cette législation de protection des données personnelles est vraiment très importante. Parce que ça fait partie du droit de l'homme, le droit à la vie privée, le droit de son vie privée et la protection des données, ça fait partie de ça. Question de protection des données personnelles n'est pas seulement pour les données électroniques, mais la protection doit être neutre sur le plan technologique. On protège les données parce que ça dit quelque chose des personnes. C'est les données personnelles, c'est ça qui est important, pas s'ils sont d'une forme électronique ou pas. C'est seulement qu'il y a autant d'autres manières d'utiliser les données électroniques qu'il faut de la législation. Peut-être avant, quand toutes les données existent seulement sur papier, il suffit d'avoir une armoire fermée à clé, par exemple. Ça peut être la protection, mais c'est ça qu'il faut recréer dans ce système électronique. Et je suis sûre que vous avez entendu parler des règles de l'Union européenne, les GDPR, on utilise souvent ce nom en anglais, même dans les autres langues, mais cet règlement de l'Union européenne sur les protections des données personnelles. Et pourquoi on parle autant de ce règlement aussi dehors de l'Union européenne? C'est pour deux raisons. C'est parce que si on veut, dans n'importe quel pays, si les entreprises ou l'organisation, ou même l'État, veulent utiliser les données des citoyens de l'Union européenne, il faut avoir un système qui n'est pas exactement le même que celui de l'Union européenne, mais qui est suffisamment pareil. Et c'est pour ça qu'il y a un intérêt, évidemment, pour les entreprises de pouvoir vendre ces services aux Européens. Et donc, il faut avoir ce système dans son pays. Mais l'autre raison qu'on regarde beaucoup, ce règlement, c'est parce qu'on peut dire qu'ici, on trouve vraiment une sorte de... les règles d'or de protection de données personnelles, les règles de base qu'on peut utiliser dans n'importe quel pays. Même, il y a pas mal de langages compliqués, peut-être difficiles à lire dans ce règlement parce qu'il y a ce langage spécifiquement juridique de l'Union européenne. Mais si on regarde hors de ça, on voit que les principes sont ceux que j'ai déjà mentionnés, qu'il faut avoir une raison pour utiliser les données, il faut utiliser les données en proportion de cette raison et pouvoir expliquer quelle raison a-t-on pour utiliser ces données. Et ce que j'ai pu voir, vous avez déjà une législation qui date de 2018 en Algérie sur la protection des données caractère personnel, où vous utilisez les principes pareils, celui de l'Union européenne. Ce qui change avec les bases de données, avec l'interopérabilité, c'est évidemment que si les bases de données sont interopérables, on peut les intégrer, on peut donner l'accès aux différentes institutions selon leurs compétences pour utiliser les mêmes bases de données. Comme ça, on peut vraiment utiliser ce principe qui est très bien pour les citoyens, qu'on n'est pas obligé de donner les mêmes informations plus qu'une fois. Aussi pour ça, on utilise souvent cette mot-clé en anglais, le once only, seulement une fois, ce principe. Pour pouvoir faire ça, il faut un catalogue, il faut savoir quelle base de données existe. Parce que si on va utiliser une base de données de quelqu'un d'autre, évidemment, il faut savoir quelles données existent dans quelle base de données. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut avoir des règles sur collectionner, établir, terminer une base de données. Mais ça ne doit pas être compliqué. Et quand je dis au début qu'il ne faut pas changer trop de législation, il ne faut pas introduire de législation spécifique, aussi pas trop changer de législation existante, c'est exactement un exemple de ça que les informations de lesquelles on a besoin pour un certain service public, ça, normalement, on n'est pas obligé de changer ça seulement à cause de cette interopérabilité. Il faut décider qui est responsable pour cette base de données, pour collectionner quelle sorte d'informations, etc. Mais ça, l'information nécessaire pour un certain service ou pour une certaine organisation, ça peut-être ne change pas. Et il ne faut pas changer tout cela seulement parce que maintenant il y a d'autres utilisateurs. Non, ce qu'il faut changer, c'est les manières, comme je dis, de protection de ces données, de donner la possibilité d'accéder. Et évidemment, ces règles sur un catalogue, etc. ce n'est pas nécessairement dans la législation, ça peut être aussi d'autres règles, mais ça doit exister d'une manière transparente. Et j'ai déjà mentionné plusieurs fois l'identité numérique. Je sais que vous avez parlé de ça déjà hier, et je veux seulement mentionner ce qui, pour nous les juristes, ce qui est très important avec l'identité numérique et pourquoi c'est tellement important. Il faut se demander quel est le rôle d'une signature ou d'une identification au point de vue juridique. En effet, ce n'est pas compliqué, il ne faut pas être juriste pour comprendre ça, mais ça, c'est les manières de se présenter, de donner son consentement, de montrer qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire, comment on veut faire ça. Il faut penser à ce rôle d'une signature parce que c'est différent. Et nous savons tous qu'une signature traditionnelle n'est pas très sécure. Si on regarde quelqu'un signer, on peut le copier. Et c'est pour ça que dans le système juridique, et c'est très pareil dans les différents pays, on a d'autres choses. Peut-être il faut des témoins, ou il faut se rendre chez un notaire ou quelque chose pour les signatures de transactions très importantes. Il faut penser, est-ce qu'on peut recréer ça électroniquement, ou est-ce que peut-être il y a des situations où encore on ne peut pas utiliser seulement une identité, une signature électronique ou numérique, parce qu'il y a d'autres raisons que seulement la sécurité d'exactement cette signature. Peut-être il faut vraiment comprendre l'importance d'une certaine situation, par exemple. Législation sur l'identité numérique, ça peut être dans une loi, ça doit être dans la législation propre, mais si on a une loi qui montre quelle identité, signature on peut utiliser, on peut utiliser les mêmes signatures dans toutes les différentes situations. On peut mentionner ça dans les différentes lois et aussi on n'a pas besoin de changer d'autres législations parce que seulement quand on regarde une loi qui peut dater d'il y a 100 ans et quand ça parle d'identité ou de signature, on peut utiliser cette façon de le faire électroniquement sans changer toutes les différentes lois. Et ça, on peut l'utiliser dans le secteur public ainsi que le privé. Et aussi, ici, je peux voir que vous avez déjà une signature électronique reconnue, mais que ça c'est reconnu, ça ne veut pas dire nécessairement que ça marche partout, parce que pour les juristes, c'est très important qu'on peut utiliser ça jusqu'en preuve en justice. Ça doit être vraiment reconnu dans toutes les situations, sinon on ne peut pas transitionner totalement à une situation où c'est l'identité numérique qui est celui qui est le plus important, comme ici en Estonie. Brièvement, une autre question que je veux seulement mentionner très brièvement, c'est question d'organisation. Il faut une organisation responsable des choses qui sont horizontales, de comment fonctionne ce système, mais cette organisation, ça ne doit pas être une organisation, un système centralisé. Il faut éviter de trop centraliser, mais il faut quelqu'un qui est responsable et clairement responsable. Et comme les ministères, par exemple, sont souvent dans l'hiérarchie, ils sont parallèles, il faut donner par la législation clairement cet rôle à une organisation. Et ça n'a pas beaucoup d'importance quelle organisation, mais ça doit être clair dans la législation. Et j'ai déjà mentionné qu'en ce qui concerne ces règles spécifiques de comment fonctionne ce système, les régulations de la carte d'interopérabilité, normalement, ce n'est pas dans la législation, pas en Estonie, pas dans d'autres pays, mais c'est plutôt des standards, des instructions, etc. Et c'est pour permettre l'interopérabilité organisationnelle, sémantique, technique, etc. Et pour entrer dans ce système, il y a des accords. C'est quelque chose de très facile pour les juristes, un outil de base pour le système juridique. Seulement un accord entre ceux qui possèdent les données et ceux qui veulent les utiliser. Donc, pas de législation aussi complexe que ce système d'exchange, ce n'est pas nécessaire. Et finalement, dans les 2 minutes qui me restent, je veux mentionner une sorte de législation qui est très, très importante, mais quand même, on peut l'utiliser très brièvement parce que c'est quelque chose aussi qui n'est pas nécessaire de changer. Mais il faut seulement se rendre compte que l'accès à l'Internet, évidemment, c'est tellement évident que ça, c'est nécessaire si on veut utiliser plus de services électroniques. Pourquoi je peux mentionner ça brièvement? C'est parce que c'est une sorte de législation qui existe dans la plupart des pays au monde, qui est en effet assez pareille dans les différents pays au monde. Et ça existe dans la législation de concurrence ou la législation spécifique sur les technologies d'information. Normalement, il y a un régulateur indépendant qui donne les licences et l'autorisation, etc. Tout cela, c'est pour assurer l'accès à l'Internet sur des conditions raisonnables. On a commencé avec ces règles pour les téléphonies d'il y a à peu près 40 ans, après qu'on a cessé avec seulement les monopoles étatiques pour les communications. Donc, ces législations, ça existe, mais il faut se demander peut-être quand on est en train de faire les réformes pour les gouvernements, s'il y a des problèmes avec ces règles, si c'est vraiment le cas qu'il y a les différentes possibilités pour les gens à accéder à l'Internet d'une manière qui est propre pour ce pays, parce que ça, c'est très, très différent dans les différents pays. Peut-être il faut penser aux certaines catégories de gens ou une certaine partie du pays où il y a des problèmes. Pas changer quelque chose, pas créer de la législation seulement pour l'accès à l'Internet pour les services électroniques des gouvernements, mais seulement pas oublier quelque chose qui est aussi évident que la nécessité d'avoir accès à l'Internet. Je vais terminer maintenant et j'attends vos questions et vos commentaires et je crois que c'est Doris qui va régler cette discussion. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you, Katrin, so much for very interesting, as much I heard from the translation part. So firstly, I would like to remind you, everybody, that please be actively involved, ask questions in the chat, or let us know if you would like to comment or ask questions on live. For that, it would be preferable if you also turn on your video, then we can also see with whom we are speaking. So all your questions are very welcome. I saw one comment in Zoom chat box, and it was said that, let's say that the traceability of private and personal data and how it is used, this traceability is essential for the people. When we think about that, then what are these kind of, how citizen can be sure that the government will use his or her data, their information only in right purposes? What kind of tools have to be set up for that?
This is a very good question. And there are a number of things. The first tool from a lawyer's viewpoint is that there has to be legislation on protection of data. And there also has to be legislation that sets out when can data be used. This is not the same thing, because this is the legislation that, as I mentioned, doesn't have to change just because we introduce electronic ways of doing things. So there will be certain data needed to know what education should be given to children. There are certain data needed about, let's say, in the health sector and so. But it always needs to be based on law. So you cannot let authorities just ask for data because they think maybe we'll need it. No, they need to be able to point to that law. And data protection legislation complements these specific laws by saying this, that there has to be a reason and you need to say what is the reason. And the way you use the data must be in proportion to that reason. What is the benefit then of using an electronic system like what we have in Estonia is that this footprint, as it's called, that is left, that also gives us a possibility of checking. Because if it is a traditional system with paper-based data, it should be the same, but we don't really know then did somebody check this? And how, when this person went to use the data, how do we know that that person in their mind knew how to answer these questions? So the fact that this is electronic makes a possibility of having such a footprint.
And yeah, I think you pointed out very well the same example. What yesterday one speaker brought out is that this footprint, that every with the digital data, always the footprint is there. We can see who saw the data, and we can make the regulation that the right person sees the right data. Exactly. And yesterday it was brought the example about the Michael Schumacher and then about the health records, and that is it possible in the digital age or is it possible only with the paper data, and then these kind of things. And of course you mentioned also that we can see who have looked at our data. In that we can see it, you mean citizens?
Yes, and we can see, as citizens, we can see which authority. We can't see which individual, because that also protects, the individuals who work in an authority. But within the authority, they can see which person. So if I have a question, let's say I open my pages on the internet, which is very easy, and then I see, what's the tax authority looking at my data every day for 10 days? So I ask them, and they can then see which individual. So then they will say, Doris, you work here in the tax authority. How come you're checking Katrin all the time? And it will come out you were just curious. I'm your new neighbor, and you just wanted to find out.
Yeah.
This you wouldn't do twice, basically, in Estonia. In another country, you may keep doing it, but you will then be told, this is not allowed. And if it is a real abuse of the possibility, then you can also be sanctioned for it, or maybe you just get a warning. But yes, I can see myself which authority has used it.
And that's how the trust is built between two parties. What are the risks if the legislation is not ready when the e-governance solutions are deployed?
I would say the biggest risk is actually that it is not predictable if these services are legally valid. And most transactions don't go to court, as we know, and they shouldn't go to court. And if parties are happy, whether it's public or private transaction, everything's fine. But it's when something goes wrong that we need to involve the courts. And if there is then a question whether this new way of doing something was allowed, then that can lead to lots of problems. That we've done everything the way we thought we could do it electronically, but there is a problem, and the court will say we need a paper, we need the stamp, we need the document. Here, legislation itself is not always enough. There's also a great importance of training of judges, of other officials of courts. The whole system must be able to cope with this new way of doing things. So that's the one risk, that it will not be properly valid. The other risk is this that I mentioned in my presentation, that there will be different form requirements, and it's difficult to know what to do with them electronically if it talks about a special way of signing or a special type paper. And so this is less dramatic, we could say, because lawyers, and not just judges, all lawyers are quite used to interpreting laws and thinking, so we can, through interpretation, maybe make sense of it. But of course, you can only go so far with interpretation. If it's too different, you need to actually have legal clarity. So, but the big risk is that people who follow the new way of doing things will suddenly find themselves faced with a demand that doesn't make sense for
when
a
it's
stamp on a paper
written,
or something. Yeah. Exactly. So.
Okay. I see that we have one hand in the Zoom. So who would like to speak and ask the question? So, yes, thank you. Please speak. Please unmute. Yeah, you have the possibility to unmute yourself at the button. And yeah, we see that you are unmuted, so you can start to speak.
No, I don't hear.
So try again, please. Please try a little bit longer to speak, then maybe it starts to work. So we have some kind of, we don't hear you right now. So please start to speak, then maybe we come, So it still doesn't come through. Oh, so sadly we don't hear you. So we can try afterwards later, or you can write your question. So sadly it didn't work. Sometimes it happens.
Okay.
But yeah, there is also, I see that more questions are coming with our discussions here. So I may read the question from the Zoom. In case of hacking, how laws could define the responsibility of the civil part toward the citizen?
I didn't talk about hacking, for instance. I didn't talk about cyber crimes because this is, in a way, it could be a big topic itself. At the same time, for the criminal legislation, we also have the same situation as what I mentioned, that sometimes you don't really need to change so many laws because there are already laws on things like fraud, for instance, that can just be used in a new environment. But hacking is an example where we would need to have new laws because it doesn't look like any existing crime. It's not the same as theft. It's not the same as destruction of property because the data will still be there, even if somebody's abused it in some way. So first you would need to have a rule about what is hacking and sort of describe this crime. When it comes to the responsibility, of course, this shows one of the big differences of the electronic system compared to a more traditional one, that it may be very difficult to know who did it. It's more easy to hide in the electronic world. And of course, you can hack from anywhere to anywhere. So even if we find out who it is, it may often be somebody outside of the jurisdiction of that country. There are no magic tools against this, but there's more and more international cooperation so that you can turn when you find out, and maybe it's a bit easier than some ordinary people think to actually trace IP addresses and so on. And when you find out who it is, their countries are cooperating more, and then you could turn to that country's law enforcement authorities who would then have to deal with the thing. But it is very complicated, and unfortunately, this is why a lot of hacking cases are difficult to resolve. There is a responsibility, so this is what the law can do in the country for those who offer services. Of course, if it's e-governance, this responsibility is for the state, but also for privates who offer electronic services to do whatever is possible to avoid, to sort of make sure that there isn't hacking, but also to trace it as much as they can. They have to be obliged, and this is often what this new legislation on cyber crimes or procedure and so will say, that you have to show that you are capable and able to follow up on events. But unfortunately, it often means it may still remain unsolved, but at least you have to do that much. You can't offer your services if you have no way of trying to deal with it.
Actually, we have many questions here about the citizens and citizens' data, and that where the citizens can see their data and where the citizens' data is stored. And as you mentioned, that we can see who have watched my data and how it's done and where the citizen data is stored.
And this is important to know that the storage should not be centralized. We do not have, and I think you will probably come back to this in some other the sessions as well. Yeah, exactly, because the data is still stored in the authority that is responsible for that particular type of data. So if it's the vehicle registry, it will be in the authority that's responsible for that. If it is the personal data, it will be in the population registry and so on. So you do not give more responsibility for keeping data to any one authority. You know, you have everybody's responsible for whatever is their databases, and they're also responsible for these contracts that I mentioned if they give somebody else access to it and so on. And what is in this X-road system, that is, there's no data stored in that system, and the authorities that are responsible for that, for the functioning of that, they don't have access to the data. They're responsible for the functioning of the technical system. So the data is stored in the place where it is the basic database, but there is this possibility of seeing it in one place, and that's through this interoperability, not because I go into one database and see it, but because through one door on the internet we can say I can go to these different places where it's stored.
Yeah, actually yesterday, turning the break, we watched a video where all these different kind of e-services were shown, and was shown also how the interoperability platform works there, how it stores the different data, brings together, and how then you can see it. That was also explained there. And yes, I see that. I think this is the one like a main point also in the legal point of view, that everybody that it's agreed which kind of data everybody are getting.
Exactly. Yeah, and we can talk, like I mentioned, just is relevant here, maybe this question of who owns data, because there are two sides to this. One is that personal data belongs to me, so my personal data is mine. But the database ownership is another thing, and the database should be clear who owns that database, who has the right to decide over that database, and that is the authority where that database is at home, basically. So not the X-road system. So this way you also have a clear responsibility, which is from the legal side, and what makes the system you described work is that we know which authorities are responsible for which types of data.
And I think this is also goes together very well with this hacking and issue, and cybercrimes, and what was also mentioned by you or asked here, that when you don't have the centralized database, it means that also the hackers don't have one single point what to attack.
Exactly. Yeah.
But with the legislative environment, we have agreed let's say the security protocols, and how every database have to be secure, and how the data is through the interoperability platform moved.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also very important to be clear, and this is where the law can be important, that there is somebody who is responsible and who is responsible, so that it's not sort of lost just because of this interoperability, but the responsibility is still there.
Thank you so much, Katrin, for this very good discussion and very good presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we will go on with the panel discussion, and as promised, there will be practical examples from different sides. Okay, as promised, we're going now on with the panel discussion. And in the next two sessions, we will speak about the practical examples in public sector side, that which kind of services can be done in order to be more effective, in order to have more, let's say, competitive environment for the businesses. This is something what we will discuss here, and what we will show you through the practical examples. But I think today and yesterday, through all the workshop, and also in many, I'm sure, in many other this kind of conferences, you have heard that everybody's saying that digital transformation helps to save the money, helps to increase the efficiency, and so on. But how? How it helps? How it can like reduce the corruption and so on? What it means actually? Let me bring you maybe one very, very simple example. Imagine that you are boiling an egg, and it depends how you like your egg. The time, how long you are like boiling it, depends how you like it. Softer, harder, it can be, but overall, let's say it's from the 6 minutes till 10 minutes it takes. And imagine in the digital world, what is possible to do at the same time when you have the digital e-services? What can be done with the same time as you're boiling an egg? Maybe it's possible to declare taxes, give a name to your newborn baby, or start a company, sign document digitally, or access to e-school and look how your children are doing. What kind of grades have they? Or maybe you can use the e-banking and transfer money. These are just some examples what you can do at the same time when you have the digital solutions, when you have these possibilities. And this is just small examples. We will speak about those kind of things and these kind of very practical examples right now. And in the first session, we will concentrate more to the public services and public sector, and looked at how it is possible to increase the efficiency in the public sector. Firstly, we will have the presenters here. Everybody will speak about different examples, and after that, we will have the panel discussion where I'm waiting your active involvement through the chat, and also we assume asking the questions on live. So all the questions to all presenters, please put continuously to the chat. After three presenters, we will already then have the discussion with them. And firstly, I'm very happy to invite to our virtual stage Kedi Välba, who will speak about the public finance management system.
Hello, my name is Kedi Välba, and I am the regional manager for Africa in Estonian ICT company Actors. And today I'm giving you a brief overview of public finance management. So a government typically uses multiple bank accounts for keeping its funds and for managing its cash reserves. Considering all government and public organizations, the number of bank accounts may be huge. The excessive number of government bank accounts makes it difficult to central management, maintaining records, oversight, and reporting. The solution would be to use a central budget management system. It's a central point of control that unifies government bank accounts and all government cash management. It is a small banking system hosted by a budget authority where the government and public sector institutions act as customers. The system is responsible for administering and supervising all government and public sector spending. And it's based on a treasury single account principle, which means that all government institutions have accounts inside the budget management system. Real accounts where the real money is deposited are owned and handled only by the budget authority. So what is a treasury single account? It is a unified structure of government bank accounts enabling consolidation and optimum utilization of government cash resources. It separates transaction level control from overall cash management. Treasury single account is a bank account or a set of linked bank accounts through which the government transacts all its receipts and payments and gets a consolidated view of its cash position at the end of each day. The budget management system needs to be integrated with the budget planning system. Usually, the two systems are integrated with each other to automatically match spending with the budget lines. And matching spending on budget lines gives the possibility to monitor budget, execution, and spending compliance at any moment. So what are the main processes in the budget management system? These are the reservation of funds, payments, loans and interest calculation, securities management, and budgetary reporting. Let's look into each one of them a little bit more. The reservation of funds Before making a large non-regular payment, a government organization notifies a budget authority about the amount of money that the budget authority needs to have on its bank account in order to make the planned payments on behalf of the organization. And orders of outgoing payments are created by the public sector institutions themselves, either through the system's web-based user interface or imported from the files or electronic messages. After payments or orders are created, they are checked and validated by the budget authority. For example, it is being checked if the necessary funds are reserved and are available, or if the payments are within budget limits. The approved payment orders then are sent to the commercial banks at predefined regular intervals using electronic channels for execution. The system can be linked to many different banks to reduce transaction costs, as intrabank payments usually cost less than interbank payments. And after processing orders, the bank returns payment statuses, which are used to update virtual bank account balances and other statuses. Failed orders can be automatically resent. So what happens with the incoming payments? The payments made by external parties to a government organization are processed by a commercial bank and credited to the bank account owned and handled by the budget authority. Notifications of such transactions are sent by bank to the budget management system. The budget management system automatically retrieves the account statement from the commercial bank, processes it, and creates corresponding transactions on virtual accounts in its system. About loans and interest calculation, the system can offer overdraft services and issue loans to government organizations if this is necessary. There are also special accounts for securities and security management, and it also supports transaction with the securities. So the budgetary reporting in the budget management system supports many reports like budget execution summary, budget execution details, income, remaining funds, payment summary, account summary, turnover, and more than 10 other report types, which can always be customized according to the needs of the customer. There are many benefits of using the budget management system instead of the paper-based solution. For example, the budget management system guarantees a central point of control and reporting of the entire public sector spending. It allows complete and timely information on government cash resource. It plans and implements budget execution in an efficient, transparent, and reliable manner. It also enables efficient cash management and reduces cost of budget spending and management and cost of personnel. It also reduces time to make payments and transfer funds. This was briefly all from me about the budget management system and how to do it virtually. Thank you, and looking forward to the discussion afterwards.
Thank you, Kitty. We will see you again during the panel discussion, and all the questions are very welcome for that. But right now, I'm very happy to invite here on live to the stage a person who knows everything about digitalization in the tax authority. So please, Aare Lapõinen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aare Labonin. I was actually 10 years Deputy Director General in Estonian Tax Administration, and here today I will bring an example how digitalization in public sector can really help country and the people. I mean, there is one book, one very famous book, Bible, and we have a lot of examples how hated tax people was at that time. In Estonia, tax administration is kind of one of the most respectful organizations because people really trust and appreciate tax administration services. And it was done also because and with the help of digitalization and with the help of information technology. I mean, let's have a look into tax administration, what we have there. Tax administration today is kind of complicated and complex, I would say, system which has 3 pillars today. Operations, strategic management, and when I'm talking about strategic management, I mean about design, how processes should look like. And 3rd pillar is administrative support. And each and every pillar of tax administration can actually benefit from technology, and this is what happened in Estonia. For example, operations. In operations today, when we have so-called self-assessed taxation in most of the cases, we are talking about 3 components of operations. First of all, it is taxpayer services, then it is a framework how to collect taxes, and then there is measurements how to enforce tax legislation in case if people really not voluntarily pay taxes. So today this tax collection is based on so-called voluntary compliance system, which means that in most of the cases money is collecting because taxpayers willing to pay. But in order to make them willing to pay, you have to develop taxpayer services. And this is where IT technology is really shining. In 90s in Estonia, I remember in order to submit tax declaration, we were staying in a queues for hours in order to submit papers, and there was many errors in these papers, and you have to spend the whole day in order to submit tax return. Today, we are a small country, Estonia. We have only 600,000 taxpayers. And now it's 23rd of February, and we already have over 400,000 tax returns submitted, while deadline for submission is only end of March. So in the middle of February, we have 2/3 of taxpayers already submitted tax returns. I mean, this is showing how good services are. And this is done because, and with support, with help of technology. We have so-called self-service portal where taxpayer can enter, and with few clicks, taxpayers can submit tax return because tax administration collected information for taxpayer already and prepared tax return. And all what taxpayer need to do is just to look to the tax return prepared for her or for him and say, okay, I'm fine with that. So, and this is happening in self-service portal. And that means that tax administration is not spending time to talk with the people because everything is clear. taxpayers are not spending time staying in queues and preparing tax returns. So society is actually winning. It's a win-win. State is winning, private sector, people are winning, businesses are winning, everybody's winning, and always due to information technology. And then we have with taxpayer services information dissemination features. Features to collect information directly from systems of tax accounting, taxpayers accounting systems. We have features to send notifications to taxpayers, because when we are talking voluntary compliance or compliance of taxpayers to tax legislation, we have to admit that it's not only decision of taxpayer to comply. Okay, I want to pay taxes or I do not want to pay taxes. This is a compliance, yeah? But it's not only about that. It's also whether I know how to pay taxes, whether I know how to prepare documentation for tax returns. So I need to collect some knowledge about tax legislation, tax laws, etc. So we are using information technology not only for providing capabilities to submit tax returns in self-service portal, but also to disseminate knowledge to taxpayers about how to prepare accounting information, how to submit tax returns, how to communicate with tax administration. So providing this kind of information to taxpayers, we are actually solving this second part of compliance equation. Not only taxpayer is decided to be compliant, but also tax administration is providing everything possible for taxpayers to be compliant. And like that, we have we decreased shadow economy from, let's say, around 30% in 90s down to 5%, approximately 5% now. In 1994, when I went to tax administration, my friends were laughing on me. What are you doing? Why you are going to tax administration? Because nobody is paying taxes. And from this kind of situation, when nobody were paying taxes in 90s in Estonia, we are now here in 2021, where we have one of the cheapest ratio of collected 100 euros. For each collected 100 euros, we are spending only 30 cents of taxpayers' money in tax administration. So this is very, very nice ratio. And this is because of taxpayer, this is because of information technology. So another thing is tax administration is a complex system. You can see here regular collection. We have a support for taxpayer registration. We have assessment of tax returns. We have payment collection. We have refunds management, shared revenue processing, and so on and so on. In enforcement area, we have risk management. And we have tens and tens of different business processes. And even in a small country like Estonia, where we have just over 1 million people, in tax administration, we have in Estonia tax and customs administration. Even in a small country like Estonia, we have over 1,300 people. In order to implement all these different business processes, which I am showing to you, we have to train our people. And if you are not training them properly, then you know what happens. Then tax inspectors will provide to people different pieces of information, which is not the same. So in one city they will tell to taxpayer one thing, in another city they will tell to taxpayer another thing. But information technology, standardizing internal business processes and helping standardize the information we are delivering to taxpayers. And like that, our relationship with the taxpayers is improved dramatically. As I mentioned in the beginning, in the Bible time, it was hated, taxman was hated person. In Estonia today, it's one of the respectful organizations. Yeah. Another thing is, of course, efficiency. Support for strategic management. Means that the information technology system helps to look to the bottlenecks in a business processes of tax administration and to design better processes all the time to improve performance of tax inspectors, to improve knowledge of taxpayers, providing better signals, better knowledge, information to tax administrations. And for all these kind of things, information technology is of absolute value supporting management activities. Also, if we are talking about training, internal audit, support from the legal perspective, because not all the time communication between tax inspectors and taxpayers is amicable. Yeah? Sometimes there are disputes, and information system is also helping to streamline process of appeals, process of discussion, also automated data analysis help tax administrations to be more efficient in order to spot these people who decided not to comply. Yeah? In the beginning of my presentation, I told that we are spending a lot of our resources in order to provide training and education to taxpayers, but there are still some people who decided not to comply. So machine learning based data analysis is helping us to spot this kind of people very quickly. So we don't need to go to each and every taxpayer and check their books in order to enforce tax regime. We are looking to data and we see, okay, this guy looks suspicious. So we go and check and explain him, look, we know that there is something is fishy. Let's start from the beginning. Let's make your books in order and let's start paying taxes. And they are starting paying taxes because they understand that tax administration is effective and can find that. And this is also because of usage of technology. So data analysis, internal audit, technology is helping also us combat internal frauds and corruption. So technology is helping us everywhere. And just to show that it's not subjective judgment, I'm saying that, okay, tax administration is a respectful organization, but I will bring you just one example. In year 2000, so 20 years ago, in tax administration, in tax and customs administration altogether, we have had 3,500 officers. And we collected something like 4 billion euro at that time. Now we have 1,300 people, so more than 2 times less people, and we are collecting more than 10 billion, so more than 2.5 times more money. So we have with less people, we are collecting more money, providing better services to taxpayers, and all this because of systematic and a professional attitude toward the technology and implementing technology to support business processes of tax administration. So this is the case of tax administration. So you just start investing into technology and you will have your internal revenues mobilized. So absolutely win-win situation for everybody, for people, for businesses, for state. You just invest and you will have result. This is my short case about tax administration and technology and friendship with technology in tax administration. So thank you.
Thank you, Are. Thank you so much. So we will continue with you the discussion. doing the panel. But right now, thank you. You can take your seat. And we will continue with our last panelist. He is Martin Kerner, and he will speak you about the 2 examples, actually, e-justice and e-cabinet. Please, Martin.
Hello, merhaba. My name is Martin, and I'm representing the justice and lawmaking side of today's meeting. I will talk you through 2 examples, and the 2 examples will tell you the benefits, how the technology can help to access justice, how to achieve better access to justice and better results. And also, the second example is how to make laws during the hard times, during the COVID time at the moment, where the laws still to be made, and also the decisions need still to be made, even if the people cannot meet. So this is very briefly about myself. I'm heading one of the branches of our company, which is specialized in e-government solutions. And we both do consultancy and turnkey solutions for governments to bring their services online. So the first example is about digital justice. Then I will talk about digital lawmaking and legislative drafting and e-voting. Also, different services that we provide include digital citizen assistant, a chatbot solution to access information about government services online, and digital education. Business intelligence, data warehousing, and AI solutions are all part of our portfolio. And I can also later dwell on the case studies on Tanzania, for example, where we have put forward a digital justice platform design. But now, as to the part 1, justice and rule of law, I will describe some problems, and maybe you can identify those problems in your country, and if they resonate with you, then I think we speak the same language. I think if I look back in Estonia and in other countries where we have been working, the overall assessment is inefficiency and non-transparency. So people go to the court usually on foot. They present their papers or they are represented by their lawyers. In Estonia, this happened around 20 years ago when we changed the system into an efficient and online based. The second issue here in the justice system is usually the hard part, which is the trust in the state structures. Court is a classical state structure, and if the courts are not working well and quickly, you lose the hope. People lose their hope, and also investors lose their hope. They can't access the rule of law. And you are easily going down in international ratings, and you will face problems also at home. This results in a struggling economy, and also, as I told you before, foreign investments are probably not so keen to come into the country. And finally, the slow pace of creating new companies and little hope will result in also jobs not being created and the economy not developing. So the digital solutions here tend to bring closer these 4 benefits. And I can assure you that in the countries we have been working, these are the main benefits of achieving transparent and efficient citizen-friendly rule of law. As my colleague here said before, we have created systems that are easy to access, they are paperless, and also they provide the incentives for citizens to access the courts and the rule of law. It's easy to represent yourself or to be represented by submitting your claim online, and also it results in a raise in the satisfaction of people, of your citizens, with the service of the government. Then you can also see a clear relationship with between the court systems and the increased attractiveness for foreign investments. Then, moving forward, I will describe very briefly a general picture of the modern e-justice solution. So the modern e-justice comprises of the public layer, the upper red layer with the public access. Then you have the stakeholders in the system, which is police, prosecutors, and underneath you have the courts and the prisons. Everything is united with an electronic file environment or file transfer environment, e-file. E-file is being used to transfer data between those stakeholders and to show also the citizens and lawyers the content of a specific court case. Now, moving forward with the modern case management, you would probably ask me a question, how to start? Where is the, let's say, the beginning? And I will say that what you need also is analysis, who are the first ones to proceed. Maybe these are the courts. Then you would move into the courts first and start with digitizing the courts. Maybe it is the police or prosecution. However, I think that the easiest way to access the system for citizens is to start with the courts. The most important part is the open access to the citizens for court proceedings, and this is possible through the public web portal. You can use this public portal by the citizens or by lawyers to supply and to submit the cases. And you can also use the public portal for communicating to the citizens the decisions. You can use this electronic e-file exchange environment to transfer the data between police, prosecution, and the courts. And you can finally publish the decisions or the court cases for the general public or for the citizens and parties involved. It will result in a transparent and secure and confidential way of conducting court business. And you can also add different extra solutions like AI tools or data protection layers to make the system secure and safe. And of course, user rights management is a very important part, so that only the intended parties will get the access to the right cases and right parts of the case data. So what I would now to do is to show you a few preconditions, what is important to take into account before starting to implement this sort of system. So the first is, of course, political will and digital champions. Also, how my colleague said before, you need a certain gravity of approaching the courts and approaching the business side. So you need political will and 1 or 2 digital champions in your government, in your officials, who will basically be the digital champions of the project. Identifying the goals, of course, is important because taking too much of too big of a project can be dangerous, because all parties need to be coordinated, and maybe some parties are not ready yet. So in detail, you will need to identify the court types, the case types, and the main user groups for starting the design and analysis. I also welcome you to learn from our mistakes and also from other mistakes, to listen and educate yourself and your staff, because the education part is, I think, the most important. Usually, this sort of case management systems are not technology projects, but they are change management projects. And the first step would not be to enter into a project, but to analyze and also to educate your staff and the key stakeholders what can be done and how these things can be done. So you're very welcome to address us, to learn from the Estonian examples and other examples that we have in our portfolio. Also, important part is hardware and software part, but this is, I would say, not essential. The first part is to design the change and design the desired results that you want. And last but not least, be ready for surprises along the road. If there are any issues that arise, then of course you can rely on colleagues and especially in our case, we can guide you through the process with experts and possible also partners who can help you. So the part 2, very quickly, I will speak about the local governments and cities and the issues they have, especially now during the COVID crisis. And there is a constant challenge of lack of access to information. So basically, new restrictions come in every day, but the citizens need to be informed, and these decisions need to be communicated. It's the challenge both for the clerks and politicians, because politicians make decisions and the clerks need to communicate these decisions to the citizens. And then we have also a problem of inefficiency in the system, because we can't as a clerks, we can't make these very quickly these decisions, because we are creating these decisions in different environments, in online, in offline, on written papers, in cloud services, and it's costly to communicate all these decisions and to make them work. So what we have recommended for the local governments is to issue their decisions according to a certain set of principles and rules. And the first rule that you recognize already from our previous presentation is the once and only principle. So where you store the information only once, and you can use the information further in the future. So this applies, for example, in the digital lawmaking, so that you can utilize the previous parts that you already created in the past as templates or as basis for the new files and decisions. So the architecture, this part is also important if you want to create an online system. So you need probably to decide whether this is an on-site or cloud-based solution, and you will need, of course, to understand also the cybersecurity part, so the level of security if you are creating a public portal. And the second most important principle is the single source of truth. In Estonia, we have been using this in multiple systems. Also, the local governments are using a simple single source of truth principle in their systems, so that they would keep the decisions in one single system, where they can then put them to the public display later when the decisions have been accepted, voted, and also published. So the single and unified templates and online voting environments enable all to make this process very fast, and especially in this COVID situation, where people need those decisions quickly and smoothly. So finally, I have also presented you one example of how the lawmaking is happening and was happening in London, which is, of course, something that that we in Estonia have been solving digitally for the last couple of years. And during the last year, when the COVID crisis hit, also our local governments developed an online platform for creating the decisions, making the decisions, and voting the decisions. So this sort of electronic or online parliament, online government system was developed. Thank you for your time, and you're welcome to come and talk to us in order to get more information. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Martin, so much. So please enjoy with us, join with us here in the panel discussion, which we will shortly follow. Welcome back. And as promised, now we will have like, let's say, the hot chair for these guys here and for Gedi. So it means that you are all welcome to ask all the questions what you had turning these examples. Please ask all the questions. Please come to live and ask so to be in the discussion together with us. So very welcome to do that. Hopefully you help to make these chairs to them as hot as possible. But I will make a start, let's say. Of course, we can do anything what we want, but we can't go over today also in this pandemic situation. What now already the year have been here. And when we think about that how much this, let's say, all this pandemic situation have affected the development of e-services, what you have seen in your experiences. And then here I think not only the Estonia, but also the other, let's say, the other countries and what you have seen. I don't know, maybe let's start with you, Gedi.
Well, it has created definitely, I don't know, do you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
It has definitely created more awareness about the e-solutions. And as we in Estonia are the so-called e-state, then we can see that a lot of countries are approaching us more and more, and the old connections are becoming live, which were not so interested about the e-solutions before, that actually the e-solutions are needed and the change needs to be made, because during COVID times, the services are not, the citizens are not able to get the services in many places where there are no e-services at the moment. So this is what we have seen during the past year.
Thank you. Martin, Aare, do you have anything to add here? What have you seen, the changes?
Well, I experienced myself also, because as a consultant, I was traveling a lot. I was living kind of in plane and airports, and I mean, they are saying that planes have a very big footstep in ecological sense. And this is kind of, signs from heaven saying, guys, don't destroy your earth. Don't spend too much time on things which are not really of value. Why should you travel just to, say hello and talk for 2 hours? You can do it over Zoom. You can share your advice over Zoom, and you will save this fuel. You will save nature, you will save your time for your family, for your friends. The same is because now we more and more using things, using Zoom and Teams and all these kind of applications. And this is kind of legitimized this channel. So I see that this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for us, let's say, to rethink the way how we deliver state services as well. For example, if you don't know how to fill a tax return, why should you take a car and drive to the center of the city and create bottlenecks and spend the whole your day? Why not to call just over Zoom to tax officer and just ask a few things and you are done. You are done. I mean, I see that this is kind of sign from heaven. Guys, spend more time with your friends, not with the state and in the planes. So, in a strange way, I see a positive things as well in the COVID.
Thank you. Very interesting approach, I think. Martin?
Yes. Well, 2 things. I think what Aare just said is probably true, that people take and re-evaluate the time. How they spend the time. Of course, the Zooms and other channels, like you are also using at the moment, they are offering us a possibility to sort of continue the way we used to communicate, but on another level. It requires 2 things. Of course, one is trust and sort of like legitimization that this channel is as good as the physical channels. And also, I have seen in last year these physical channels to transfer into the virtual channels without much of a questioning in this trust. However, the problem is with the infrastructure. And I think in many places the infrastructure is the issue. And people are asking us, how can we achieve a similar sort of a service, digital service level, while we don't have all this infrastructure? and I have an answer for myself at least, and also for you. Maybe you can argue with me. The level of service here in Estonia, built on all sorts of digital infrastructure, is a good thing, but also it's a bad thing because you have a legacy. What we have seen in Estonia at the moment is that we need to create a citizen chatbot that can answer the questions easily without any legacy systems. So you just open up your phone and you are talking to the government or to the officer or the tax officer. So you are asking the question and the bot will answer you. If the bot cannot answer you, then you will be connected with a agent and you will get the answer. No big systems, no big legacy problems.
Thank you. I see that the topic is like very interesting for our listener participants because there are lots of questions already in the Zoom, and there is one person who would like to ask the question on live. So I think let's take him, her firstly, and hopefully we succeed in that, and then we go on the questions in the chat. So please, if it's possible. Hello, you're welcome to speak.
Hello, bonjour. Hello, thank you for interesting conferences. My question is, are the digital solutions used in Estonia are developed by Estonian companies?
Yeah, okay.
I understood.
You understood. I think that it was like how the digital solution are actually...
Is it actually developed by Estonian companies?
Yeah, or how it's done. Yes, yes, of course. Let's start.
I think this is one of the most interesting questions here at all. For some reason, because we are so small, so we are not attractive for big corporations like IBM and Oracle. Nobody is really coming. And also we are kind of poor country, so we don't have billions to spend. So no foreigners really wanted to come. And this is why we were forced to develop all solutions by ourselves. So I would say there is probably just a few solutions, probably even only one solution, which is based on SAP, which is Treasury, but all other major systems are developed by Estonian companies. But another side of this coin is that due to that, we got the whole industry of software development. We have a huge industry of software development. We have thousands of working places just because we were forced to create IT systems for a state.
So I think you brought out like a very good point in that sense that all these things, what we have spoken also through these 2 days, it's not done only in-house, so-called, as the question also was, I saw in the Zoom chat, that it's not the in-house process for the government, but it's the public-private partnership. It's the partnership what is like important. Do you want to, Martin or Kedi, comment this topic? If not, then yes, Kedi, please.
Maybe yes, just to add, as we discussed yesterday as well, that what has brought Estonia the success is the private-public partnership. The state wouldn't do it alone, and either the private sectors wouldn't have done it alone. So it's a fruitful cooperation that has brought us here.
And that's how technology is like brought together. Yeah. I see that we have one more hand in Zoom, so let's try again. Welcome you back. So please ask.
We don't hear.
Oh, sadly, we have still a problem that we don't hear you. So. Sorry, still the voice doesn't come over. But as we started already this topic that in-house and outsourcing and all this, then the question what is also in the Zoom, it's about that how the knowledge is coming, where the skills have to come, that how this local companies, for example, having technology, or what are your suggestions in that sense that how to build these capacities, how to support this change management? Martin, maybe you can start.
I think I get the question that you are asking about how to build the local capacity to address these questions. And I think that this is the main question where countries need to sort of not only develop the planning and sort of the construction, the foundation, right? But they have to also think of which sort of companies and which sort of local administrators need to be in place in order to carry these further, these projects. So in our case, we always work with local companies in order to establish a solid knowledge transfer. And I think the knowledge transfer is a very important component. We are never keeping the knowledge for ourselves, but we are transferring the knowledge from the day one to the local companies and local partners in order for them to work. For example, in Tanzania, we have established a partnership with a local company in order to deliver a design for local courts and local court information systems.
So actually, this goes also together. The other question here is that, as you said, the localization part, that the culture, that it isn't something that we can take the Estonian solution like a black box and go and plug in and done. Yes.
Again, this is an extremely interesting question. You know, I was Deputy Director General for 10 years in Tax and Customs in Estonia, and I have by education I am computer science engineer, but I was on top management of tax administration. And because of that, as IT guy, I was able to influence administration thinking, how we can better organize our business processes in a way that we utilize technology. And because of that, we were very successful. And were able to bring results to government and to citizens and to businesses. I think it is important to understand that technology is not a thing, it's not a black box. Technology, it is enabler for your business processes. But at the end of the day, it's about how your people are working. And who is responsible for that? Of course, management. If we are in a police department or a tax department, a customs department, in a hospital, it's a management who is actually organizing the way of working. So it's a management who is actually deciding whether or not to go for some investment in IT project. And if management is arrogant about technology, has no clue about possible benefits and the risks, how to implement things, then you will fail with your IT investments, or you will not reach results, or you are just not able to provide services to people what you can do, so you are losing opportunity. So you have to have solid knowledge in your organization. But this knowledge cannot be brought to you by consultants. This knowledge can be only earned through experience. So you have not to be afraid to go for IT projects. But of course, let's start with the small things. And through small things, through small iterations, you will get positive experience, positive results. And everybody in your organization will start appreciating technology. Everybody will start saying, okay, technology is good because it brings us new things, new opportunities. So learning through small steps, learning with your organization, getting this positive experience, having and growing awareness on top management level. This is the key how you can really get a result and get things done. This is my experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Are. If I understand you rightly, that the thing is that we have to always think about the local context, local culture, the local legislation models, and have this knowledge there. It's not possible that any consultant coming and saying that this is the right model, that the localization is like a critical part.
I think that we all agree on one thing, and this is about finding the local solutions. And as Are said, your organization needs to take the first step, and the small step maybe, to put a small project, some maybe small money into that project and to test. And I think what Estonia has done quite good is that we are ready and we are trying and doing these small steps. Parallel to big systems and big problem solving, we are also capable of solving those small problems and small issues. And throwing a question up and making a hackathon, for example, and finding out the answers during this hackathon that can be beneficial in the whole big system. So you don't have to start from building an architecture for the whole system. You can also start to solve a small problem.
Okay. Katie, you were speaking about public finance management. And I think, this next question we start with you. And maybe it's all of you, I think, should be. That when we speak, can you estimate the financial impact of those IT solutions? Maybe on based of public finance management, or the other examples, that what is the financial impact, where the return of investment is?
Well, it definitely depends, but what we have measured here in Estonia, that kind of solution reduces up to 10 times of budget management costs. So what it gives a country or a budgetary authority is the control, the centralized control reporting and compliance monitoring, and as each of the budget institution or ministry has the overview of their own budget lines, then it also gives the transparency.
Thank you. And the same question to you, Martin.
I think if you now think back of my presentation about the justice systems and the court digitization, then we have a very concrete numbers from the Ministry of Justice, and it says that the experience in Estonia says that you can be up to 500 times more efficient in the digital domain than in the analog or paper domain. So, for example, in Estonia, the reduction in time to submit your court case is 500 times faster than in an analog paper-based court system.
Okay, thank you. Aare, I think it's a valid question also to when you speak in the tax cases.
Well, my dream would be if someone allow me to privatize tax administration, then I would be the richest person in the world. Anyway, investments in IT and tax administration will bring you benefits in magnitude of size of GDP. So we are talking not about saved paper, we are talking about percentages of GDP size. Because if we do better taxpayer services, we are improving voluntary compliance, we are decreasing shadow economy, we are saving time of taxpayers. There are researches which are showing that small and medium enterprises spending a third of their time on dealing with bureaucracy. So if we will give them this third of their time to do productive work, and we'll do tax administration seamless for them, then it's about third of GDP. And recently I made cost-benefit calculations for one country in Africa, and we agreed that we can benefit from the investments in tax administration with a size around 1% of GDP.
Thank you. We have now 2 questions from Zoom, so please, you are welcome and in live.
Okay, thank you. My question is there in Estonia right now an authority or a governmental organization that is in charge of digitalization?
Okay, did you hear the question? Yes, the authority is responsible about the digitalization. So maybe Martin, you could answer.
Maybe very shortly. My answer is that in Estonia, currently the central authority for making the, let's say, strategies and policies is the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications. Underneath the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications, there are the, let's say, most critical bodies. One of them is the State Information System Authority. And State Information System Authority is, let's say, issuing the broad framework for the interoperability in Estonia, for using the electronic ID and signature, so sort of keeping the lock and safe of the most important state electronic services. However, in the ministries, you have also the IT sort of agencies. And the most important, let's say, 5 ministries each have their own IT agencies, which then take care of the most important services of the, let's say, digital government. So this is very simply the structure that we have in Estonia.
Thank you, Martin. I asked Martin to answer because his previous background that has he coming from these authorities. And then, as I understand, we have also another question in Zoom. So please, you are on air. Okay. Yes. So you are welcome to ask the question.
Thank you for having me. My name is Yasin from Legal and Judicial Research Service. I think the connection is very bad at the moment.
We can hear you.
You can help me check. Okay, you are hearing me. So thank you for having me. Yasin from the Legal and the Judicial Research Center, Justice Ministry. So in the first, I want to identify what we have here in Algeria and what we don't have about the e-technology or the e-government. So what we have here is a community, but the most of people are young. The average is between 10 and 14 years old for the average, and the most of the people, have a smartphone, so they can connect easily, and they can connect and they can access to the new technology. So this is at the first time. But what we don't have here in this country is the unique language. So maybe we have a binary system in our country, which is practically used, and we have the official language that is the Arabic language. So this binary language maybe can affect the normal uses of the government. So what what is your opinion?
Okay, I think we lost the connection right now, but if I understand right or assume rightly, then the question is that what is your opinion that how it's possible to do this kind of like e-services and solution in multi-language environment? And how are your experiences, maybe also from other countries regarding that? So who would like to start with?
I can maybe.
Yeah, Katie, please.
Well, just to comment very briefly that in Estonia, because of also historic reasons, we have a lot of Russian-speaking people. So the Estonian solutions are mainly also in Estonian and in Russian, and then in addition in English as well. So this is something that we need to take into account, and I can also give you an example of our work in Kurdistan region in Iraq, where we have had a very extensive IT project, and there is the official language is actually Arabic, but everyone speaks Kurdish. So our system also supports Kurdish, Arabic, and English. So the language can be easily changed, and it if you have a multi-language context, then you need to think about it and add all of the possibilities to your e-solutions as well, so that everyone could access them.
Do you have like to add any kind of examples from other countries here, or any comments?
Yeah, I have similar experience. I mean, I have worked in countries like Armenia, Georgia, who have totally different, unique alphabets. I mean, to use different alphabets, not only different languages, but different alphabets from left to right, from right to left. I mean, this is the easiest thing to solve in IT world.
Okay, thank you. And as I understand, we have one more question in Zoom. So I'm very happy that you all are so active. Welcome. Please ask your question.
Ok, je me présente. Vous m'entendez?
Yes.
Yeah.
Donc, Ould Ali Athman, sous-directeur des systèmes informatiques au niveau du ministère de la Justice donc algérien, voilà. Donc, en Algérie, donc, il y a une direction générale de modernisation de la justice qui s'en charge de la modernisation de toutes les juridictions. Donc, depuis 2002, donc, il y a le processus, donc il a commencé le processus de modernisation par l'introduction donc des technologies de l'information et de la communication dans la gestion de toutes, donc voilà, donc, pour automatiser toutes les procédures judiciaires. Donc, on a commencé par réaliser donc le réseau intranet au niveau de toutes les juridictions. Donc, le réseau intranet s'étale sur toutes les juridictions ainsi que les établissements pénitentiaires. Donc, il y a des systèmes de gestion du dossier judiciaire à tous les niveaux. Donc, les tribunaux, la Cour suprême, le Conseil d'État, à toutes les instances. Donc, il y a même donc, tous les services sont automatisés. Il y a un échange donc, digital de données. Donc, il y a une communication entre toutes les structures pour les envois des appels, pour les envois des pièces à conviction, pour l'exécution des peines, etc. Donc, on dispose de bases centralisées donc, qui nous a permis d'offrir des prestations en ligne aux citoyens. À titre d'exemple, par exemple, le cours des affaires, le citoyen, il peut à n'importe quel moment donc, suivre le cours de son affaire. Pour les avocats, le retrait même des jugements. Voilà, donc on a introduit la signature électronique donc, qui nous a permis de livrer le casier judiciaire, le bulletin numéro 3 signé électroniquement, la nationalité, etc. Il y a des documents même les jugements, donc qui sont, voilà, il y a des prestations en ligne. Autre chose, il y a des structures, il y a d'autres organismes qui, donc, qui sont dans notre réseau intranet pour voilà, pour le retrait des B2, etc., pour les structures qui ont habilité à requérir le B2, par exemple, pour le casier judiciaire, etc. Voilà, donc on a autre chose, donc il y a le processus de la visioconférence. Donc ça nous a permis donc voilà, de suivre les affaires, donc plutôt d'établir des procès par visioconférence. Voilà, donc même au niveau de voilà, cette crise de Covid-19, etc. Donc, nos structures, nos juridictions, ils ne sont pas arrêtés. Donc, il y a eu le suivi de toutes, voilà, donc c'est toutes les affaires qui sont, voilà, qui sont donc poursuivies leur cours de leur affaire. Voilà. Et merci.
Thank you so much for this overview. What all the things that you have, what is done, and what have been improved also because of this situation. What have forced us, let's say, to do the digital transformation more rapidly. But I didn't hear there like a question there. It was more like a comment to us, to addings. And this is the main thing, I think, what is the very good thing here with this workshop is that it's only not you as the participants are learning, but it's also we learning more how the situation is new. Because as we started yesterday, the discussion, then one thing was that, of course, we would like to be in person there in order to have more deep discussions and get more knowledge. This, let's say, coffee break talks, where you get the more knowledge also what's happening really in your country. But this is how we're getting the more information regarding that. So we are just heading to the end of our discussions. I have to say that the participants have been so active, so I haven't been able to ask any questions what I planned. But this is totally okay, and I think this is very good. So if you have any last comments yet, then now it's the possibility.
Yeah, maybe I have only to encourage you to listen the examples from around the world and to move forward with small steps. You can always turn to us in order to get more international experiences and to exchange the experience, because I'm sure that we have something to learn from you as well. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
I just want to say that after 30 years of very intensive automation of life in Estonia, now I just realized that we are so in just the beginning of digitalization of our lives. So the huge change is coming, and the country which embraces it better will win. So my advice is look to the future and try to embrace the digital change, because successful countries after 10, 20 years will be digitalized countries. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Nice to be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. As you heard that, I think one main point what came out from here was also the importance of public-private partnerships, and that no one can come and give you the exact model that this is how you have to do. You can do it in collaboration with international partners, with your local partners. This is how the knowledge and the right contexts is put together. Right now, we will have a short break, and after the break, we will go on with the next panel session, where then the very practical, these kind of cases, solutions will be presented for the citizens, for the businesses. So how to create a better business environment. During the break, you will see 2 short videos. So if you are not running away right away from to the break, and so then you see 2 short videos about the business and finance digitalization processes and how managing a business in the digital world. So hopefully they are inspiring, and see you back in 30 minutes.
The digitalization of the various Estonian government authorities has undoubtedly had a tangible impact on the area of business and finance as well. As you may remember from one of the earlier videos, the online tax declaration was the first service that was brought online in 1999, and it solved a big problem for many people. Not only was it faster to declare the taxes themselves, but people who made the tax declaration online also received their refunds a lot earlier. This was a huge incentive for people to submit the declaration online, and since 2015, even one-click tax returns have been possible. The tax declaration itself is pre-filled by the Estonian Tax and Customs Board. The taxpayer simply logs onto the system, reviews their data in the pre-filled forms, requests any necessary changes, and approves the declaration form. Another crucial cornerstone in the area of business and finance has been the e-business register, which makes it possible for entrepreneurs to register a new business without having to go to a notary or any other officials. Since 2011, most companies have been established online. The EID makes it possible for you to authenticate yourself and then create a company online which is tied to you. This also makes a difference for other registries. As an example, the Estonian Road Administration might ask you right after you log into the portal whether you want to use the service as a private person or as a representative of your own company. That way, the platform registers in which role you do what, whether you want to sell your personal car or buy a car for your company. Going back to the e-business register platform, here you can change data about your own business structure, file annual reports, and most importantly, also check out other companies with which you might want to do business in the future. In the visualization tool, you can check out any company registered in Estonia, look at their annual reports and whether they have any tax debt, who the board members and different stakeholders are, and then look at whether one of the board members also sits on the board of other companies, which could potentially be indicative of a conflict of interest. All of these options mean that we have a very transparent and trustworthy business environment in Estonia, so that you can make an informed decision before working with a particular company. For startups, the Estonian startup ecosystem is extremely attractive, and the readiness to innovate in the public sector means that Estonia often also functions as a sandbox, where big international companies can test their solutions first. At the same time, the Estonian taxation system is deemed very transparent, easy to understand, fast, and overall highly competitive. The banking sector also makes running both your own business and everyday errands a lot easier. In fact, it was the Estonian banking sector that helped create and promote many of the nation's e-government solutions and also encouraged customers to use their ID cards for secure identification and transactions. In Estonia, 99.8% of all banking transactions are carried out online, and all major players use the different types of eID, including the Smart ID app, to authenticate customers online. Furthermore, regulatory changes made in 2017 finally enabled individuals to open a bank account with only a form of eID, a video interview, and facial recognition technology. In many ways, these developments all led up to a real innovation, namely the world's very first e-residency program, and I'm going to tell you all about it in the next video.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on the experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of the Estonian ICT cluster, in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this presentation, we will be looking at activities that make use of the business registry for registering and managing businesses. To get started, the citizen uses their unique digital ID number to log into the citizen portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password, and once they click Login using Smart ID, a verification code is sent to their mobile phone. And once they verify their identity using the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see here, Michael Collins is now logged into the system, and immediately information is received from the population registry and the marriage registry, showing that he is married to Jean Collins and they have 3 children, Helen, Maria, and Timothy. Looking at the business-related information, we can see that Michael currently owns 1 company. As he is starting a new business and needs to register a new company, he starts the business registration process in the business registry. To get started, he enters the name of the company, Global Timber Limited, the planned activities, forestry and logging, the share capital of the company at 100,000 euros, and the company address, 456 First Street. To register shareholders, he enters his personal ID number and declares that he will be the sole shareholder in the company, therefore representing 100% of the shares, and he will assign himself as the member of the board of the company. Once he confirms this information, the Memorandum of Association is generated, and once he signs the registration of the company is registered. Coming back to the citizen portal, we can verify that now he is a shareholder in 2 companies. In addition to registering the new company, Michael needs to declare the required taxes for his other company online. He opens the taxpayers registry, where he is presented with the option to declare taxes for both companies. As Global Timber Limited was just registered, he chooses the other company and selects the period for the tax declaration. In the tax declaration form, he enters 100,000 for revenue and 70,000 for the value of goods sold, and we can immediately see that the automatic calculations are taking place, determining the tax amount. He enters 5,000 for business expenses and 3,000 euros for depreciation. Once all the information is entered, he can see that the amount of tax to be paid is 2,640 euros. Continuing the process, he can see information about the current share capital, profit from the previous period, and the amount available for dividend payments to shareholders. Michael chooses to pay 50,000 euros as dividends, which is automatically distributed between the shareholders based on their share in the company. As Michael is the sole shareholder in the company, all dividends are paid to him. Once he hits confirm, the taxes have been declared and the dividend payment registered. While the process seems streamlined and straightforward, there are many different systems involved that are exchanging information. In Estonia, an interoperability framework called X-Road is utilized to securely and efficiently exchange information between the different public sector systems. This unified exchange platform is available to other countries in the world, and now we can look at the visualization of how the data has been moving between these systems. Once we refresh the screen, we can see new transactions that have taken place. We can see the different services that have been communicating, such as the company registry, citizen portal, land registry, e-school, and others, including the state budget management system. Another view shows the different registries exchanging information. We can see the land registry, person registry, citizen portal, and others. These views enable us to understand the true interoperability between the different systems and services. All the connections needed for this demonstration have been taking place in real time, with information moving between all relevant systems. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The business registry solution was developed by Nortal.
Hello and welcome back, dear ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good break and are ready to continue with our session today with an upcoming panel where we'll be discussing how to ensure the safest and most attractive business environment. My name is Kevin, I'm from Cybernetica, and it is my pleasure today to be your moderator for this session. We will be sharing some of the best practices and discussing how some of these competences and areas fit into the wider e-governance and business environment context. And also, we will be looking at the economic impact that the work of some of these experts that I'm about to introduce creates in a country. So today we have four speakers, four experts in our panel. We will have Peter Smith from Nortal, who will also make a presentation about transactions in the business registry. We will have Ülo Säre, who will be discussing about the land registry and managing properties. Maris Sassias from GoSwift will be talking about cross-border services, and Daniil Gussia from Best Solutions will be talking about mobile ID and digital trade hub. So I hope you are ready to ask a lot of questions from these expert panelists. We are definitely ready to share some of the best practices and know-how that we have accumulated and gained throughout the years in developing e-Estonia and several other leading digital nations around the world. So without further ado, we will be looking at four different deep dives into some of these areas, followed by a panel discussion. So with this, I welcome Peter Smith from Nortal on the stage, or to be in front of you to discuss the business registry, transactions in the business registry, and the impact it creates in a country.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well. Getting this home setup working sometimes might be challenging, but we did a couple of tests today morning, and I hope that all is well. Before I get going, just a practical question: how do I get the presentation up? Right. Without further ado, let me see if the clicker also works properly. It does. But I noticed before you had a session going through the demo applications that we have done regarding the business incorporation and paying taxes and so on and so forth. And in this session, I would like to give a bit of a background of our thinking of the methodology, how we look at these type of projects. In order to set the scene of the paint the background, we have found that the World Bank ISO Doing Business ranking is probably one of the most easiest and well-known rankings to first of all rank yourself and identify quickly the areas where you are already on par with the world leaders, where you need to have some catching up to do, and maybe most importantly, how the World Bank ISO Doing Business ranking can be used, because it's issued after every 2 years, if I remember correctly. And comparing your ranking over the time, it can give you quite a good indication how you're progressing in different areas. Are you getting closer to the best of the best, or you're lagging a bit behind? And maybe just kind of a few examples to get us going. That if you look at the number of actions or number of steps which are required in order to register the business or start the business, then I think that there are two economies in the world, if I remember correctly, currently, that have managed to get it down to a couple of steps. I think one of them is Georgia, and if you look at the worst one, then currently it's Venezuela, which takes roughly 20 steps. So the difference there is at least 10 times. Or if you look at the time that it takes, then the fastest time currently it's in New Zealand. It takes half a day to get your business going. The slowest, according to the World Bank ranking, is Venezuela, where it takes almost a year in order to get your business incorporated. But personally, I'm not exactly sure should it be half a day or 1 day or 15 minutes or what it should be. But if you get it done in a day or two, that's already good enough. Year is definitely a bit too long. So as you can see, there can be quite big differences. The good news. Sorry, let me get my clicker working. The good news is that the big jumps or leapfrogging is possible and actually quite common in this ranking. That if you just compare the last two previous rankings, then the Togo made a jump of 40 places in the overall ranking, and Saudi Arabia, for example, 30 places, and there are others. And we as a company has been part of a couple of transformations where these jumps in subcategories, the ease of doing business, have been even bigger. So even if the current ranking is not that good, then the good news is that the fast progress and the fast jumps are quite possible and quite common actually. So not to kind of start with the negative mood, again that the quick change is possible if you look at it in a holistic way. And the way how we in Nortal approach this topic or these challenges is that we have realized already quite a long time ago it's not a technical problem. The IT and digitalization can help quite a lot, and it's definitely instrumental to get these changes done. But definitely it's not the only thing. And usually when we get engaged with customers, we start from the regulatory review where we look at the current laws, regulations, what's mandated, how it should be, and how it shouldn't be. And quite often these regulations, they date back very much to the paper era when the only way of registering your business or managing your business was based on the paper archives. And in these scenarios, the process tend to be a bit different than it should be during the digital era. If that part gets sorted, then the next step from there is to look into the current business process and organizational structures and the way how business registration is divided between different organizations, who's incorporating, who's approving your bank account, who's opening the tax registration for you, and so on and so forth. So also these changes in regulation, they might affect quite a bit of the process. Now when also the process part is updated and reviewed, all these process changes, they can be enforced within digitalization. That's where you actually start building your e-services, your back office systems, and making sure that all the reviewed regulation and the updated processes, that they're properly supported with a means of IT. And after that, usually these changes are quite significant, not only from technical perspective, but also from perspective what people are used to do and how is the organizational culture and way of doing things. So implementing this change within the public sector administration and also wider in society, this change doesn't happen overnight. It depending on the appetite for a change, it might take probably for a couple of months, sometimes even 2 years. But again, if you manage it properly, then it can be done quite swiftly and quite quickly. And not to leave it only on a theoretical level, then maybe a couple of examples that illustrate how all these 4 blocks come together, or what are these specific things that can be looked at. Like for example, if you take the just a simple company registration, then usually the first step in most of the economies is registering the name. And the reason, and this name registration, it is mandated by a law. The law usually says that before you can go on with incorporation, you need to register the name or 3 versions of the name or whatever the process is, but you need to register the name beforehand. The reason for this step dates back very much to the era where the business registry was kept in the paper archives. And that time, if you wanted to register the new name, somebody just physically had to go through the entire paper archive and see if this name is already taken, if there is some company registered with a similar name, is this name protected by a trademark, is it accordance with the naming policy, so on and so forth. Nowadays, with the digital tools, all these checks and validations can be done in half a second, 2 seconds, doesn't matter, more or less in real time. So that actually means that you don't need to have this separate step, which usually is defined by regulation. And that means that if you want to lose that step, and if you want to merge this step with your incorporation process overall, it means that you need to start from the regulation, that you need to change your laws and regulations in order to enable this step at all. And then later on, you need to enforce it with a technical implementation and then change management after that. The second similar example is doing the background check. Again, usually it comes either from know your customer regulation or some security regulation, but there should be some level of a background check of companies, investors, and signatories. And again, in a paper era, these checks were done manually. Usually these checks were done by different organizations rather than the organization who is responsible for business registration. So there were all the official letters involved, and probably you have seen it by yourself that in the public sector, if you talk in the terms of official letter, then first of all it takes a week to send it out from one ministry, then it takes another week to process it in another ministry, and all this cycle takes quite a while. With tools that digitalization brings us, again, these checks, if built up properly, can be done within seconds, and you don't need to hold the entire process of getting your company registered just because there needs to be some paper checks and some official letters flying around. The third step is the digital signature. I think that this has been a topic previously and will be a topic also in upcoming sessions. Without digital signature, doing any meaningful digital transactions is kind of impossible, because when you need to incorporate the company, end of the day, the incorporation will not happen before all the shareholders have signed the memorandum of understanding or memorandum of association. Sorry, and if this moment or if this signature needs to happen by hand, so it means that everybody needs to gather in the same place, or the documents need to be sent by post from one shareholder to other shareholder. And depending on number of shareholders, it can take months, if not longer. But with the help of digital signature, it can happen. Everybody will do it at their home at their own convenient time. Maybe it will not be done in a few seconds, but at least everybody can do it wherever they are. They don't need to travel. When they have the proper means available, then it can be done in quite quickly and quite swiftly. And maybe the last example that I would like to bring here, it's not that doesn't have that big impact as the first three, but mainly the issue what we have seen is that especially the young entrepreneurs, they think that setting up the company is such a complicated task that you always need to include a lawyer. And quite often it is needed. And why it is needed is that just drafting your memorandum of association, it feels like a daunting task, that if you don't know all the legal aspects of it, then it might be impossible. And then involving the lawyers, it might be a cost issue, and it's just a hurdle. But with the digital tools, what you can do is that you basically build in a wizard-like builder for your memorandum of association. You just go through 10, 15, whatever number of questions, and then a machine can prepare for you the memorandum of association, which is pre-approved by the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Justice, whoever is kind of responsible of the incorporation. And instead of involving lawyers and spending weeks and weeks of drafting your memorandum of association, it can also be done in a few hours, if not quicker. These were just kind of a couple of examples to show how the regulation, the process, and digitalization are all intertwined, and you cannot look one with another. With that note, I would like to finish my short presentation. I'm sure that during the panel discussion, we can go deeper into specific topics, or if you have any further questions, then I'm always happy that if you reach out and we can discuss about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Peter, for sharing your experience and know-how with our conference participants. And we look forward to welcoming you in the panel later on. For all the participants, I remind you that if you have questions, feel free to write them in the Zoom chat, or if you like to present them live, then be prepared to do that during the panel discussion. But we have still 3 key topics to discuss. And the next one is managing properties in land registry, or managing the land registry and properties in a digital world. And for this, we will have reach you in the panel discussion, but for now, we will look at a video presentation.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of the Estonian ICT cluster in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this presentation, we will be looking at activities involving the land registry, such as buying and selling land, as well as tax payments on properties. To get started, the citizen will use their unique digital ID number to log into the citizen portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password, and once they press Login using Smart ID, a verification code is sent to their mobile phone, and once they verify their identity with the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see now, Michael Williams is logged in, and different information is already presented to him from the different registries, such as the population registry and marriage registry regarding his family. As we are interested in real estate activities, let's go straight to the land registry. For this demo, Michael needs to log in again. For demonstration purposes, the login and user change processes are made easier. In real life, the login would be based on the ID number, utilizing secure methods such as Smart ID, Mobile ID, or the user's unique digital ID card. Once logged in, Michael can see information about his properties. Currently, we can see that he does not own any properties. Next, Michael will search for the property he's interested in buying. Once he finds the desired property, he can look at different information about the property, such as tax information with the details about tax rates. Michael likes a particular property, Wajir Road 55-5, and by clicking on it, he's presented detailed information about this particular property, such as building information, the registration number, and the current owner of the property, Adam Smith. He can also look at the digital map for information about the location of the property and go in and look at the live street level image of the property and the surrounding areas. Once Michael is satisfied with the information and has decided to purchase the property, he can contact Adam Smith and negotiate the purchase of the property. Once they have agreed on the terms, Adam Smith logs into the system and starts the sales transaction for the property. As Adam and Michael have already agreed that the money for the transaction will be placed in an escrow account, Adam can take all the necessary steps from his side and Michael will finish the process. Adam starts the sales process by selecting the property and starting the change ownership transaction, after which he selects the buyer of the property, Michael Williams. We can see that first the state tax needs to be paid. Then the document needs to be signed by both Adam and Michael, after which the transaction will be complete. Adam pays the transaction fee and signs the contract from his side. Next, Michael Williams logs into the system and can see a notification about the new transaction. Clicking on the transaction, Michael is presented with the transaction information and he can proceed. Once he signs the contract from his side, the transaction is completed and he is the proud owner of the property. He can confirm this by looking at his properties. We will now log in as Adam Smith again to look at the tax payment process. Once logged in, he can see the tax information for the many properties he owns. From the land registry system, he can also make payments directly for the properties he owns and has direct access to the historical statistical information about his properties, as well as the current monthly status. As you can see, the land registry is a comprehensive system for tracking and managing land and property information. The system is connected to different public sector registries. When logging in, all the user information was directly received from the population registry, tax information from the local tax system, and the payments go directly to the state and local budget management systems. As an example, we can see how the contract fee transaction is immediately visible in the state budget system. In the state budget management system, we can see the payment that was just made for the current transaction from the land registry, as well as the information about other fees that have been paid by different systems, such as the state fee for border crossing reservation and the state fee for starting a civil court case. The systems are connected using an interoperability framework with underlying technology, effectively making all public sector services work in a unified yet distributed manner. Let's look at the visualization of this unified exchange platform. Once we refresh the data, we can see the new transactions as data exchanges between the systems. We can see the information from the services involved and the client systems involved, such as the citizen portal, company registry, land registry, person registry, queue management service, hospital information system, and others. Below, we can see a visualization of data moving between these services, such as the population registry with information about individuals, the land registry, payment information, and others. Another view shows the different registries. We can see the land registry, person registry, citizen portal, and others. These views enable us to understand the true interoperability between different systems and services. All the connections needed for this demonstration have been taking place in real time with information moving between all relevant systems. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The land registry solution was developed by Reach.you.
All right, I hope you enjoyed this overview and sharing of some of the best practices by Reach.you in terms of how to develop land registries and manage properties in a digital world. Again, feel free to post your questions on Zoom, and we will continue with our third speaker today, who is Madis Sassiar from GoSwift, and he will be talking about how crossing borders should be done in a digital world. We will start off with a short video, and then we will have Madis here on stage sharing his thoughts and expertise with you.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of Estonian ICT Cluster in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this presentation, we will be looking at activities involving crossing the border, enabling the smooth and efficient movement of people, goods and transportation across the national border. To get started, the citizen will use their unique digital ID number to log into the citizen portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password, and once they press login using Smart ID, a verification code is sent to their mobile phone, and once they verify their identity with the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see now, Michael Collins is logged in and various information is already presented to him from different registries, such as the population registry and the marriage registry regarding his family. Looking at the business side, we can see that he is a shareholder in two companies, Happy Trees Limited and Global Timber Limited. As we are interested in border crossing activities, let's go straight to the border crossing. We're all familiar with how long and cumbersome a border crossing can be if we just drive to the border and stand in a queue. The similar process would not be imaginable for someone going to the airport to just board the flight without any advance information available to Border Patrol or customs officials. Michael needs to go across the border with one of the Happy Trees trucks, and rather than waiting in a queue at the border, he can register the border crossing in advance. To get the process started, he enters the border management system. Once in the border management system, Michael has to choose the border crossing point. After selecting the first option, a selection of queue options is presented. Priority queue is for perishable or dangerous goods. Live queue is for crossing the border without a preset time. And pre-reserved queue is where Michael can reserve a specific time for crossing the border. Once Michael has selected the pre-reserved queue, he enters his personal information as he will be driving the truck himself and the data about the truck. He enters his name, ID number, travel document number, vehicle registration number, and selects truck with goods as vehicle category. Once he confirms the data, he will need to pay for the reservation, so he selects Visa as payment type and completes the transaction. This is all Michael needs to do from his side to make the reservation. All information is automatically sent to the Border Patrol and Customs officials. Let's now take a look at what the border crossing will look like from the perspective of the border official. Once we refresh the data, we can see a new reservation in the name of Michael Collins for crossing the border, with a truck containing goods. When looking at the different reservations, we see notifications next to some of the items in the reservations. The clipboard sign next to the vehicle information means that this vehicle has been automatically selected by the system for a thorough customs check. There are also different notifications next to the information about the people. A green notification means that the personal information has been verified with the population registry. A red one that this particular person has a criminal history. We can see how having this information in advance enables the border and customs officials to prepare and plan the flow of controls needed for the vehicles and drivers going across the border. As you recall, when Michael was making his reservation, he had to pay a fee. Let's take a look now where this payment went. To do this, we look at the state budget management system. The budget management system consolidates the public funds management across the entire public sector. Once we refresh the data for the received payments, we can see that a new payment has been made to the Ministry of Finance for the Border and Customs Declaration. This exemplifies the value of the various systems being connected in an efficient and secure manner. An interoperability framework is needed to facilitate such a seamless flow of information. In Estonia, a system called X-Road is used. To see a visualization of the data flowing between the systems, we can look at the Unified Exchange Platform, which is available to all countries in the world. Once we refresh the data, we can see the updated transaction count. On the left, we see the different services that are exchanging data, such as companies, persons, students, prescriptions, and others. And on the right, different client systems, such as the Citizen Portal, Company Registry, and so on. And here we can see the queue management service as well. Below is the graphical representation of the data flowing. In the upper display, we see the information by client service, and the lower display is showing us the client systems, followed by statistical information about the information being exchanged. As we can see from the demonstration, by implementing a border management system, customs and immigration officials are able to know in advance who is coming, when, with what kinds of goods, to which destination, and other kinds of crucial information to keep the border crossing legal, safe, efficient, and under control. They can also undertake a reorganization of the border post by imposing border crossing schedules on everyone: drivers, public agents, forwarding agents, etc. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The border crossing solution was developed by GoSwift.
Hello, I'm Madis from GoSwift, and I'm bringing you some practical experiences what we have seen in many of those border points what we are operating in. So let me tell you about this border queue innovation what we have achieved. What it is a kind of innovation which moves a physical queue to a virtual one. So all the vehicles have to register before crossing the border, so it makes it possible to collect the data to the border authorities. So you know exactly who is arriving at what time, and you can already make some sort of a preparations as well the risk management. In this particular case, you also are able to configure, or the border control point authorities can configure the service according to the desired throughput. So it means that you can define how many vehicles can actually book the time to the certain hour. So in this sense, it makes it possible to change the kind of pushing system to the pulling system. You can tell to the system that you need 10 vehicles per hour, and that's about it. So you can make it in a way that you can plan ahead how many of those employees you need to have in one shift. So in this system, you will also have the ability to make it possible to know exactly which vehicle is coming, arriving, and as well they all are arriving just in time. This is the picture what we have made just before we started the operations in the Estonian-Russian border. So you see there were long queues, many of kilometers, and especially if such a thing happening, then the truck drivers are also kind of humans, and they will have sort of problems in between. They start fighting, they start drinking, and so on. And there is also some of illegal sale of places in the queue. The longest queues were in our borders like 5 to 6 days. So it made very problematic to the good owners, as they were having the loss of profit. Poor working and resting conditions for the drivers, as there were no toilets, nothing. There were waste and pollution, of course, and as those trucks were standing beside the road, so it was the kind of a safety on the roads, also the kind of very problematic. This is the very same place after we started 2011 in August, and after a few hours, it was almost empty. There were only a few trucks still standing there. So it made it possible to predict the time and have a very good efficiency in the journey planning. The pre-registration data is also collected to the customs, so it made it possible to have this kind of a risk management. As well, the cargo securities on the top level, as they are safely parking in some other places during the virtual queue. And as well, the road safety wasn't any problem anymore. And for sure, as the transparency was assured, then there were no black market anymore. So what we are doing is that we are increasing the security, at the same time facilitate the movement. So with a border queue management solution, it is made for the border police, customs, transport agencies, local authorities, and for tourists, as they'll get many of them to cross the border a lot more and easier. So what it includes, it is the driver passport and visa information, movement reference number, registration data and metadata, which means that we collect also the IP addresses and any other, and we can also make some matches to see who is made the registration to which vehicles and so on. There is also vehicle data, license plate data, and by the facilitating the movement, we do also the safety and security for truck drivers. There is a lower cost of cross-border trade and easy intra-regional movement and more tourism. So this is the kind of GoSwift's 4-tier model, what we see here. First, before the departure, there is a pre-registration and as well the just-in-time planner, so it makes it possible to tell to the driver what time it needs to depart. Then there is a kind of a pre-check thing, which is consisting of identification and waiting area management. It can also it is all automated if you want to. There is also the border card client. it means that the customs officers and border guards have special interfaces to change some of those figures and set up the system how they want to pull those vehicles. There is also the monitoring and reporting. And here you see all of those modules and all of those functionalities inside of those. I don't think that it is very needed to go into the detail. You're most welcome to ask special questions after this, but I can also make, I believe you already saw some of those interfaces before my presentation, so it was in a video. So what it is, what we can bring into as a value of that. Savings, it is told by those Estonian international carriers that they will save annually 4 million euros. There is only 8,000 trucks who are using actually everyday basis this kind of a system. So it is very, very good figure, I think. Average time of waiting has dropped from the 60 hours to 1.5 or even less. Delay uncertainty, there is a real-time waiting estimation available. And volumes have been increased and exports have been increased many times. Estonian ports as a gateway to Russia are at this moment for the new cars, for example. All of those Mercedes are going through the Estonian ports and then through the border points. And of course, there is an increase of intra-regional tourism. So there is many of those impacts I can bring in what we can give to the stakeholders groups. There are the drivers who will have safety and security and convenience for sure. The carriers will have more profitability and reliability. Traders, of course, the more competitiveness is coming up with the system. The border police and customs will have more of a predictability and of course more of risk awareness, as we are able to collect the data which is needed and make some risk analysis before. And local population, of course, will have a facilitation of movement, as there is no more trucks standing beside the road. And the ministry or any other kind of authority who is responsible for the system or the kind of a border crossing, sustainable border crossing, they will have more effective, competitive and attractive road management and all of those. So keep it secure, keep it moving. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Madis, for that overview about border crossings, a very important area for a country to solve so that goods and people could move efficiently and securely. This was our third speaker or presentation today. We have one more coming up. So the previous ones where we discussed about the business registries, the land registries, we spoke about border crossings, all very important areas in creating an attractive business environment. And now we will move on to Danil Gusev, our final presentation today before we continue with our panel discussion. He's from Best Solutions and he will be talking about mobile ID and digital trade hub. Please, Danil.
Hello everyone, I am Danil Gusev, Chief Sales Officer at Best Solutions. We are an Estonian company who deliver trusted e-service government solutions in emerging states all over the world. In over 10 years we have been delivering we have been driven by the mission to demonstrate the transferability of Estonian digital success by supporting the digital transformation of Azerbaijan. Today I would like to share insights and gain from our experience, introduce some of our technologies that we can help to develop in other countries. By extracting lessons from Estonian experience and carefully tailoring them in the local context, we have supported the development of Azerbaijan into own digital success story. And today I would like to introduce some of our services that we have made together with Azerbaijan government in public-private partnership. This is a SIM-based mobile ID, eSIM-based mobile ID, digital trade hub, and M-residency. From 2015, we helped to develop and implement mobile ID in Azerbaijan. Mobile ID in Azerbaijan is called Asan Imza, that can be translated as easy signature. Asan Imza is a personal identification solution that provides access to all e-government solutions. Mobile ID in Azerbaijan is issued by the state and provides identification and digital signature functions. We at Best Solutions strongly believe that mobile ID is a future. Not only we see that people are going online more and more and mobile, but mobile ID also ticks all the base boxes of simplicity, accessibility, security, and scalability. Digital certificate issued by Asan Imza meet the three factor authentication requirements of something you have, a physical SIM card that is owned by the person. Second is something a user is, biometrical and face-to-face recognition when a citizen comes to representative office to receive a mobile ID card. And the third, something you know, PIN codes that can be generated by the citizen himself, and without this PIN code, the certificate won't work. When we started our development of e-service in Azerbaijan, we took experience from our homeland, Estonia. So Estonia started in early 2000 to develop X-Road. So we, in 2010, we as Best Solution and two our partners, Actors and Cybernetica, have for the first time successfully implemented and exported X-Road solution outside Estonia to Azerbaijan. After we finished this project, we decided to move forward with a digital identity. And again, we used the experience of Estonia. In that time in Estonia, we had two solutions. One was based on ID card, the other one was mobile ID, SIM-based mobile ID. We compared both of these solutions and understood that ID card is not suitable for Azerbaijan market. The main problems were that you had to deliver an ID card, physical ID card, then you have to have a specific card reader, certified card reader, and most importantly, install drivers and software and plugins for web browser, and upgrade them several times a year. And with mobile ID, it was much easier. You had to have a phone, and it doesn't matter which phone you have. You have a feature phone or a smartphone. Our solution works on both of them. And you had to have the mobile ID SIM card, which is much easier. If to compare two of these solutions, Estonia and Azerbaijan, they are very similar, but in the same way, they are different. I will talk shortly about the differences. For example, in Estonia, most of 95% of mobile operator clients in Estonia are postpaid. It is easy to provide billing, easy to communicate with a person, but in Azerbaijan, we have 95% postpaid clients. And because of that, we had to develop everything from scratch. We developed a new billing system. We developed the platform which communicates with the person. We developed how the onboarding should be done and understood how to verify a person. And most importantly, Hasan Imza provides the highest level of assurance. I think you know that Estonia was one of the first countries in the world that allowed mobile ID to be used on local governmental voting. And in 2019, it was used for voting in European Parliament. So from slide, you can see that mobile ID gives the highest level of assurance if compared to username and password and tokens and one-time passwords. So how does mobile ID works? First of all, a citizen should go to represent the office of mobile ID. Mobile ID in Azerbaijan can be issued by a mobile ID operator, then governmental one-stop shop service called Hasan Hidmet, and from last year, banks started to issue mobile ID SIM cards to their clients. So if a client have his mobile ID and he would like to use e-service, like for example e-banking, he goes to internet bank and identify himself with a mobile number and personal ID code. Personal ID code is in Azerbaijan is called PIN code, and it is similar as in Estonia, given from birth for life. After this information is entered, the user will receive a security verification number, which he have to compare them on his device. If both of them are correct, he can identify himself by using mobile ID's PIN 1. And after that, in seconds, the information is sent to mobile ID and forwarded to certificate authority, who provides identification of this person. And after that, the user can use e-service. To make all this possible, the mobile ID ecosystem includes, first, it includes registration center, which issues mobile ID. Second, mobile ID provider who connects all mobile operators, certificate authority, and service providers in one ecosystem. Third, the official certificate authority responsible for life cycle management of digital certification. And the fourth, but not least, organizations, starting from bank to government institutes that offer and provide e-services to business and citizens. Digital transformation of state is a long-term commitment with a concrete end date. It requires a paradigmal shift in national leadership and successful when pursued through a strong public-private partnership. Since 2015, when we launched our mobile ID Hasan Imza in Azerbaijan, we have seen rapid growth of this service. Without going into much details, I would like to highlight some of the numbers. In 5 years, we have issued more than 1.9 million of certificates, and we have 4 million transactions per month. The most popular services in Azerbaijan are tax declaration, labor contract, and custom declarations. And I would like to share one of the information statistics that show the success of e-service. For example, before launching e-labor contract in Azerbaijan, when a tax authority came to check the company if all the workers had a legal contract to work in this company, the owner of the company could easily say that the documents were sent by post, which takes 2 days, and 2 days by government to accept them. After that, after the solution was e-solution was launched in Azerbaijan, the registration of a new worker takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes. And no company owner can now say that this is a new worker and we didn't have time to register. The penalties are very great. And what we have seen in 1 year, the growth of labor contract in Azerbaijan were more than 40%. And in other e-services, the similar growth. This is one of the services that Mobile ID provide to create in Azerbaijan. This is a tax registration help desk number that taxpayer can use to declare his taxes. So this service is very popular in rural areas where people don't have to use any PC or internet. They can just call tax office call center, and the operator will guide the taxpayer through the process. The taxpayer is only needed to verify the information that will be sent to the citizen, to the taxpayer by message. If all information in this message is correct, he will digitally sign this using Mobile ID PIN 2. Our next product, which we are right now developing, is eSIM-based Mobile ID. What will it bring to the market? So first of all, we are trying now new algorithms which will be quantum proof. Secondary pluses of this solution that citizens won't need to go to physically to representative office to receive SIM card or make onboarding, biometrical or face-to-face meeting. Everything can be done online. We can install several of e-services on the mobile eSIM Mobile ID, like driving license, public transportation cards, give access to buildings, and even install and store bank cards. And everything will be stored securely using Mobile ID. Digital Trade Hub. Again, this is a PPP project with Azerbaijan government. And Hasan Imza played a fundamental role in the developing of digital trade of Azerbaijan. It is e-trade and e-commerce platform which simplifies e-trade and simplifies import and export procedures. Usually I name it eBay for companies. If a company would like to have some business to buy products from Azerbaijan, he can enter, or this company can enter this digital data hub, find the suitable company, suitable product, buy this product, pay for shipping, all tax declarations and customs, everything on this site. And government from their side acknowledges that these companies which are located on this website are legit and their products exist. And another product called M-Residency. I think you have heard of e-residency, very successful project of e-residence in Estonia. We again looked at the experience of Estonia and made our M-Residency. So the difference between these two services that in Estonia the e-residency as e-resident receive an ID card. In Azerbaijan receives Mobile ID. And entrepreneurs all over the country can establish their business and manage it outside, not visiting Azerbaijan. And based on the experience and solution I have briefly shared with you today, I can confirm that our company not only knows how to develop e-services, but we have proven them on the different market. We know how to adapt the main principle behind successful digitalization, taking into account the local context and ensure financial success. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Daniil, for that overview. Please have a seat here with the other panelists. And we should have Peter back with us shortly as well. But now we continue with our panel discussion portion or part of this session. And we have Peter. And we are back. Thank you everyone for staying with us. We are now continuing with the panel session part of our room today. This session, we've had 4 very wonderful, in-depth presentations so far. And on the stage right now in this panel discussion, we have Peter Smith from Nortal, who is connecting with us over the internet. We have Daniil Gussev on my right-hand side, who just spoke about mobile ID and Digital Trade Hub. We have Ülo here, Ülo Säre, a fresh face for you perhaps from ReachU, who is behind the solution of land registry and managing properties in a digital world. And finally, we have Madis here on my right-hand side from GoSwift, he spoke about border cross services. So this topic for our session today is ensuring the safest and most attractive business environment. And we've been sharing some of the best practices, discussing how and what kind of solutions fit into this context and what kind of impact they can bring. And so perhaps as a first introductory question that goes out to the entire panel, we can start off by trying to frame perhaps why is ease of doing business or having an attractive business environment important for a country and for an economy? Who would like to kick off our panel discussion with this question?
I can take it.
I can start.
Wonderful.
You go ahead. I think
all right, let's kick off with you.
Okay. I think the better approach would be for business register doing of easy, how to make this easy, the business registration and administration, but maybe also looking from my side as having those smart applications or registers in land, in property, in forest, in road, or in agriculture. Those all things are actually enablers of business. So one hand they are working tools for the government workers. On the other hand, they are definitely the enablers of business in Estonia, in every country. So why they are important? Because if it's really pain to do the business in countries, we also in ReachU doing business in 22 countries. If in one country it's much harder to do the business, then we definitely reprioritize this business. So it's our first like approach that if we can't register our company, if we can't get the phone line, if we can't pay normally the taxes, then we can't do the business there. So that's the way.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. So in a way, business don't have these anchors holding them down. And today, in a networked world, we have international businesses. So if the business environment is not fruitful for them to operate, then they pick up their things and move somewhere else. Ülo, you want to add something, or Peter, you had something?
Yeah, we have followed quite closely this ease of doing business ranking and what's the scientific studies around it. And I think that there is the body of scientists who have proved that if you are high in the ease of doing business ranking, then it affects quite a lot your foreign direct investment. So that, as Ülo also mentioned, that like when you're looking into different countries where to set up your business, then looking into the ease of doing business through the ranking or through other means is one of the first things to do. And if you find that this is really complicated and difficult, then probably that will be a big hindrance not to enter that market.
Absolutely. And maybe you've had some experiences in where you've seen significant improvements in the business environment, in the wider business environment, and some of the economic impact that your work has brought on in those countries that you worked in. Do you have some examples perhaps to share with the audience?
Well, from my point of view, I can share only the experience what we have seen in those border points where we are operating. So in those ones, the efficiency has been increased many times. So, for example, in Lithuania, there are like 12 or to 15 hours of queues in the border. Now they are disappeared. They are virtual ones, and vehicles are coming and arriving just on time. Same applies to many other countries where we are operating in. And as well, to add on, there is many of the ports where the same happens. So this I can assure that also the life of drivers has been coming a lot better, but at the same time also the assurance that you will see who is arriving, what kind of cargo it has on the trailer, and who and how they needs to be checked. So this is all increasing efficiency and as well the kind of security.
Absolutely, that's a very good example. Is anyone else, Daniil, would you like to add?
From Azerbaijan, I can say that before launching e-government solutions like tax declarations or opening company or making a labor contract, there were great queues, physical queues in tax office, which took approximately 2 to 3 days to register a company. And after 2015, when we launched mobile ID in Azerbaijan, the registration of the company is basically similar as in Estonia. It takes approximately 15 to half an hour. That depends from experience of a person who opens the company. The labor contract, as I already said, that takes 5 to 10 minutes. And all e-government solutions mostly connecting and helping government to talk to businesses and citizens.
Mm-hmm. All right, wonderful. Udo, do you want to add something here?
The good impact part, maybe it's not looking even so far, but in Estonia, after the implementation of land register, cadastre, the mortgage register, the biggest impact was actually for interest rates. So if you could get unquestionable information nearly real time about the ownership, what are the mortgages of this land pieces, then actually the foreign banks started to offer the Estonian companies the loans with a way better interest. That happened already in the end of 90s, so it's a long time ago, but Ritsu is a 30 years old company, so we have some experience there.
All right, wonderful. So as you can see, these are definitely some of the building blocks or key enablers for an attractive business environment. And I think we now have our first question coming live from Zoom as well. Please, the microphone is yours.
Hello, thank you for the nice and interesting conference. My question is, look, in Algeria now we have national identity number. So every Algerian citizen have a unique number linked to biometric card. So if you put biometric card in the reader, you can have all information about this citizen. What are the best solution to go to the digital identity according to you? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So as I gathered in Algeria, today they have a national identification number and they gather biometrics information. So with a reader, it's supposedly possible to gain access to the data, biometric data then, as I understood. And the question was, what were some of the good solutions or practices around digital identity in general, if I caught the end of that question correctly. So I'm thinking maybe Daniil and Peter would be best suited to take that question on.
First, what I think that we should understand how the information is transferred. If these biometrics are stored on, let's say, ID card or some kind of physical carrier, how it is secure. For example, in Azerbaijan and in Estonia, we know that we have X-Road. And basically all information are stored in the premise of this organization where this information should be registered. As I said, we strongly believe that mobile ID is a future because you don't have to spend a lot of finance to implement this solution. Everybody have a phone in pocket. So basically this platform is already existing. In Azerbaijan, almost everybody have 2 phones. So we have to use this solution to offer e-government services to our citizens and companies.
Wonderful. Peter, would you like to add something?
I think we have quite a number of clients with whom we work on this digital identity topic, and this biometrics comes up quite often. And unfortunately, the technology is not there yet that you can have a biometric-based identification which can be enrolled or can be rolled out easily and is easy to use to everyone. Because capturing your fingerprint, first of all, it requires quite expensive device. Connecting this device to your computer, it's kind of tricky. Doing it by the face biometrics, usually it requires some controlled lighting, controlled environment in order to take your picture. So using the biometrics as an everyday identification, as of today, it's still tricky. It might change in a few years, but currently it's still tricky. And the best solution is this two-factor authentication. Is it based on a PKI, based on something else? Doesn't really matter. And probably the best carrier for your identity is the mobile phone, because everybody has it nowadays.
Mm-hmm. And if I can add, I had an experience with biometrics 2 years ago, approximately. The problem with the biometrics is that what happens if your biometrics are lost or stolen? For example, we had an issue, if I'm not mistaken, in Slovenia it was, it doesn't matter, when the testing platform was hacked and identification platform was hacked and the biometrics of a person was stolen. So will you cut off your finger or what? Change your fingers, iris, how to secure your information after that the information is stolen? This is the most crucial question, I think.
Yeah, that can definitely be uncomfortable. We have a question from the audience. They're asking about Estonians living abroad or sort of Estonian diaspora and online services for the Estonian community abroad. So maybe you could open up a little bit about what is the approach in terms of serving or providing services for Estonians that live outside of Estonia physically.
Peter, yeah. I think Peter.
Peter, your name is called out. It can be a relatively simple answer, but the question's been posed for us.
I lived abroad for 12 years as an Estonian, and there wasn't anything that I didn't get done because I wasn't here. I voted online, I sold real estate online. No, actually for that I had to come here. All the preparation work was done online, but that's just not the right time I had to be here. So I registered my kids to school online, it all worked. So the only thing that I was missing was our long summer nights, but that probably cannot transfer online.
But that's why I guess you came back then. And I guess it sort of ties with the wider philosophy as well, in the sense that since all of these services are available to citizens online using the various means of digital identity in this sort of relatively mature ecosystem, then it doesn't matter where you are. You can live location independent in a way and use Estonian public services, or even run location independent businesses using the Estonian e-residency scheme. There was a question about this as well. Maybe some of you can clarify. The question was, does an Estonian e-resident have the same rights as an Estonian citizen and also in terms of taxation?
No, a resident of Estonia is basically not a citizen. It allows entrepreneurs to open companies in Estonia and manage them abroad and do business in the European Union, but it doesn't give you a citizenship. But by services, I mean almost all e-service of Estonia is available for M-resident or e-resident, excuse me.
All right, I guess they are also available to M-residents then.
Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot for clarifying that. So I wanted to ask you, do you think improving the business environment or working on ease of doing business is a good starting point for the wider digital transformation of the public sector and of a state and its economy in general? And I'm thinking maybe Madis and Nulo, you can open up on your thoughts about this question.
I will question. So actually there are two questions. You said that ease of doing business as a first one regarding against what? Against some infrastructure like digital ID and let's say the applications before the digital ID and some interoperability solution. Or ease of doing business against e-health or something like that. So there are like two ways to think about this question.
Absolutely.
So the first one maybe is even more interesting because as I said, REACH-EU made the first registers and applications for e-governance in Estonia 30 years ago or 25 years ago. And it was before we had the digital ID or X-Road on place. Mm-hmm. And it was possible. Nowadays, we of course say that this ID and X-Road is definitely a must. But anyway, if you're starting to build today like both sides, then building up the register taking usually longer time than to implement some interchange. So,
yeah,
so you have to start like even like sooner with applications.
Absolutely, because as you said, you work today in more than 20 countries, if I remember. So it's possible that not all of these countries have figured out digital identity and interoperability for themselves. But they still need these base registries to be developed in a way that's secure and efficient to use, right?
Absolutely, and to just wait, and it's like looking the some excuse not to start. That to definitely we should first have this digital ID or we should have that one. Just take one application. Execute it and then take the benefits. So that's my opinion.
Thanks. Madis, do you have some thoughts on that?
Well, in general, I can say that the ease of doing business is the most critical thing to achieve some economical growth, I believe. So I have seen and I have experienced some of those countries where we have started the operations also, and we had to establish the company, and in some of those it took 2 months, some of them it took like 1 month, but it was really awful in comparison of Estonia. Then I can open up the new company in half an hour, I believe. So this is one thing, but another is as well the kind of overall mentality that everything is very easy to set up and make it in a way that it is truly thought and made it in a way that there is no kind of thresholds and the kind of things which can give you some bad experience. So I believe that this is the kind of a basis to make it good and very well organized economy in overall.
All right. Thank you very much, Madis, for those thoughts. So maybe for closing remarks, since time is pressing and we need to move on to the next parts of our day today, can you perhaps share some final thoughts on best practices, or perhaps on some of the experience you've gained in terms of developing an attractive business environment or improving on ease of doing business?
Let's say from digital authentication and digital electronic services, I would offer that companies should make analysis of the market, because the e-service are not copy-paste solutions. It is not some kind of disk or memory stick that you can stick in your PC and install it. All markets are different. And this is what worked in Estonia in full potential, 100% cannot work in other countries. We have seen it in Azerbaijan, mostly of 30 to 40% of Estonian experience we have used. But to make business work, you have to know the market itself from inside.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Daniil, for those thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to an end of this session where we saw in the beginning some presentations, deep dives on core key building blocks for developing an attractive business environment. And we had a panel discussion here with 4 experts from 4 very successful and experienced Estonian companies. And now we will move on from here with the following parts of our day. And then Doris, I ask you on the floor to introduce us with what's going to happen next.
Okay, thank you. And we are now towards our final breakout session. You know already from previous day how we're going to the breakout sessions. You see in the chat panel the link for the breakout session, and you see it also in your screen. Please, some of you can, so we divide ourselves into the 2 different rooms between Zoom chat rooms, then some of you can choose one and then the other. There are no such big differences this time in this breakout session topics, let's say. Main aim is to wrap up what we have gained during these two days and to collect also a little bit feedback. What else? And what are the final questions? What are not answered yet? We can say that in the one breakout session room, which is here, when you don't leave from the Zoom where you are right now, then it will be then led by Daniil. And we can say maybe it's a little bit more like a business approach. And then the other session is led by Kedi. And so you saw Kedi in the last panel session when we spoke about public finance management. Please keep in mind that during the panel session, you are all controlling yourself, your microphones. So all the microphones are muted, but you can unmute them any moment in order to be actively involved. And see you back here then in 35 minutes.
Hello again. My name is Daniel Gusev, Chief Officer of Best Solutions, and I'm here to answer questions. So right now I have received some very interesting questions. One is, tell us about your election system based on your electronic card, which you consider to be more secure than voting system of other countries. If you're thinking that about Estonian election system, here, as I said, in the first time, if I remember, the election in Estonia was, which were done electronically, was in 2006, if I'm not remember, and all of the citizens obligatory have ID cards. ID cards carries only certificate information and carries your personal number, which allows you to vote. And all other information is taken from other government entities. So nothing is stored on the ID card. And most important and most secure one, then if somebody, let's say, pursues you to vote for one candidate, then anytime you can change this vote between 5 days of elections. So you voted today for one electorate person, then the other day you can change this voting, and the last counts. And if even that happens, that all 5 days you pursue to make this voting, then you can go still physically to voting cabin and vote physically there. The same works with mobile ID in Estonia. So in chat I have a question, is it preferable to use national ID number or mobile ID, or depends on the country? That depends from the country, but as I have experience from Estonia and Azerbaijan, we are using both of them. So mobile ID has its own number only. It is mobile number, which is connected with the certificate, which is given by certificate authority. And ID number is given in Azerbaijan by tax ministry, in Estonia by RIA, if I'm not mistaken, and they are different, but we use them usually both to secure, identify themselves by mobile phone, personal ID code, and plus PIN codes, one for identification, which gives information that you, me, for example, Daniel Gusev, is this person. And when the system or system asks you to enter PIN code, I understand that this is for giving digital signature, that I'm aware of all the consequences that can be done if I give this signature on, let's say, unknown information that was not supported, not sent to me, for example. Maybe you have any questions, or we'll answer questions in the chat. Okay, continue with the chat. Here's a question. Yes, hello?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Thank you for having me again. Yes, hello. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you for having me again. My name is Yassine. I'm a geog researcher. I spoke before to you. So, but I have a question. After your experience, I mean Estonian experience, how to guarantee the cyber security in order to avoid any cyber attack or hacking? What we know is that Estonia in 2007 has been attacked by hackers. Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, I hear you. I heard your question. I was waiting. Is the end of the question? Yes. As you know, in 2017...
let me finish my question,
okay.
please. So Estonia has been attacked in 2007, and it has been a solution taken at that time. So what you prefer? Do you prefer to save data in a material support like a paper, or do you prefer to have another digital place to save another in another country to save the data to save the data? So the second question is. So the second question is, as Algerian citizen, we have this card. This is my national card, and there is a small piece here. This is a digital piece that which has all my identity, all my information. If we can, my question is, if we can use this.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, he was disconnected. Okay, I will answer the first question. You are back. Sorry, I didn't hear a second question. You are muted.
Okay.
Yes. Can you repeat, please, the second question?
The second question. The second question is, here in Algeria, we have this card, this national card. And this card has a small piece.
A chip.
Which has any information about me. All the information has been, it's here. It's here.
Yes, I hear you.
If we can use this card in a government to replace the ID.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I will answer the first question. Yes, you're right. In 2007, we were attacked by Russian hackers. Our all e-government solutions were attacked. But the main problem was not problem. Our solution was that our X-Roads platform is decentralized platform, and to attack our e-government and our let's say government information, you have to hack each one separately. Nobody in our country, in Estonia, I mean, doesn't have a copy of information of other government entities. So police have their own information, medicals have their own information, Ministry of Communication, other information. So to get any information in Estonia case, you have to hack each government entity separately. Secondly, our connectivity to outside of the world is linked to basically one line. And when this attack happened, basically Estonian government just turned off the outside the connection, repaired all the problems, and basically that's it. So that's why how we managed to save all our data. As I said, we And secondary, our platform, all data of all citizens and all our government are stored separately in other countries in Estonia embassies. So everything which we have done in many years are copied to the Embassy of Estonia and stored there. So if something happens to physical our government, Estonia, somebody will invade us. Digital, our government still exists. The second question about ID card, as I understood correctly your question, can we use M2M machine your ID cards? Yes, for example, in Azerbaijan, we are using ID cards and mobile ID SIM cards, M2M machine to give massive, let's say, signatures. But the difference between our chip and yours, we don't store any crucial information on the chip. All information are stored on the servers of this government entity, for example. Tax authority have their own information, police own information. Nothing is stored. Even your name is not stored on your chip of ID card of mobile ID. There is only a certificate, personal number, which is open in Estonia, and a pair of keys, and that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you don't have questions towards Daniil or towards us right now, then if I may to ask question from you, because what do you think after all hearing these 2 days of workshop, that what do you see, what are the main challenges in Algeria that in order to, as I already heard today very much, that you have e-governance solutions, or you have some digital solutions in use, and as you also mentioned that you have the digital ID card and so on. But what are the main challenges now, what you should tackle now in order to achieve the digital e-governance or fully integrated digital society? What you see, what are the challenges or next steps? So it's more like question towards all our participants.
Yes, hello? You're muted. Yes, hello?
Oui, je peux intervenir?
Yes, I hear you.
Je peux intervenir? Je peux intervenir, s'il vous plaît? D'abord, je tiens à remercier vivement les organisateurs de cet événement.
To all the organizers, thank you very much for this amazing event. I'd like to thank all the members of the team. Thank you very much for the level of quality. We finally got very interesting ideas thanks to your experience in your country. You will help us to rethink and to readdress our digital transformation process and to get adapted to our reality. Let me tell you something that in Algeria, we feel that something is lacking when comparing with Estonia. We'll need cross-linked interaction amongst the different information systems. This is what really lacks in our country, amongst the government systems and the private system. I do guess that the EXO network, it is the cornerstone and the backbone of your system, of this information system that you were able to develop in your country. Therefore, the main challenge to us, it is to develop this level of interaction amongst the different institutions and sectors and the whole society. Because if we separate all the sectors in silos, we can witness that we've implemented many great ideas. We already count with loads of databases, but separately in the justice sector, in the corporate sector, in the financial sector, in the social security sector. But the tricky thing. It is to how to make people and the different sectors to communicate together and to cross-link the information, and also to improve all the e-services in favor of citizens and to be much more efficient and to optimize existing systems. Therefore, we need to face quite a big challenge. The issue to us would be to get more inspiration from you and to strengthen the state sector and the private sector, the public sectors and the private sectors, right? Your experience will be a source of inspiration, and we will review the e-systems that we have already created, and we'll try to boost this digital transformation. It is clear to us that it's not only a technological issue. It is not only the technological problems that we need to deal with. So, in general terms, this is what I wanted to share with you. Once again, thank you very much to all the members of the different panels and to the organizers of this amazing event. I hope that in the next future, we will have the opportunity to meet together and to share many other ideas. If we had the opportunity to say so. Thank you.
Thank you. So, does anyone have any more questions, or Maris, maybe you can ask some questions to our colleagues?
I see one hand raised. Maybe give a floor to the person having hand raised. Naji Cherov.
Okay, I have then one question. I would like to ask what kind of benefits are you waiting to receive from e-government solutions, the most important ones? What are the challenges? To help maybe to answer this question, I will talk about our experience in Azerbaijan. So the first thing that Azerbaijan wanted to establish with the e-government solution, it's transparency and to achieve strong public-private partnership. With this, as I mentioned in my presentation, that almost all services that we provide for Azerbaijan government are done in public-private partnership, and we have been given tasks to ease the doing business. The first thing that Azerbaijan government wanted to establish and solve the problem with e-solutions. As I mentioned, mobile ID basically works, is connected to 1,000 e-services in Azerbaijan right now. And all citizens, all businessmen, e-government workers can use these e-services daily, not going physically anywhere in their mobile phones, in their laptops, computers. So spending less money, spending less time on services that are crucial for citizens and business. So this was their basically the main idea of evolving e-government. But what are yours?
Dear participants, you are very welcome to give your thoughts and ideas to Danae.
Look, for Algeria, the next steps is to have a digital identity and to have interoperability between systems. This is the next step for Algeria, as they said by Mr. Laka.
Mm-hmm. So you are looking forward to communicate between different platforms of different entities of government entities, as I understood, yes? I think that if I understood correctly, then one of the main...
I see also in the chat, and I saw also that this is what Mr. Larkem also very much said, that they have different databases, they have different systems, but now it's how to build up the interoperability between the different systems and start to communicate between the systems to share the data in order to have this moment as we today spoke, if I understand rightly, that this once only, that person can gives information out once only and all the systems can communicate with each other. And you have this like a most secure way for that, because I saw that Mr. Chassin, I think, was who asked about hacking into the systems and cyber attacks and then how to make it in a very secure way. So I'm absolutely delighted to hear, let's say, that you're thinking in a very right approach, let's say, and that you're thinking how we already use the existing ones. I have a question towards you that today in the morning session, you heard also about the legislation and the importance of the right legislation for the e-governance and all this part. That how much and then was the question that how much it can disturb that if you don't have the right legislation there for the e-governance solution. How much you say that this can be the issue in Algeria?
Please, can you repeat the question?
Mr. Khan, please say again.
Doris, he asked to repeat your question. Doris?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Can you repeat your question, please?
So I just asked that how much this the legislation issues towards Algeria topic, that is the situation can be happen there, that the digital solutions are already there, but the favorable legislation which allows to do things digitally isn't. It's more like towards participants, the question.
Please, can you repeat the question? Because the sound is very...
Doris, can you repeat the question?
Okay, I try. The question was about that, is the legislative environment in Algeria already in the place, ready for the digital solutions? Or could we have like a problem that we want to have or using e-solutions, but the legislation isn't favorable for that? But how is the situation in Algeria? For example, is digital signature equal with a paper signature and all these kind of thoughts?
Yes, digital signature.
It's done. When we talk about yes. Let me answer the question, please.
Go, Mr. Yassin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I can hear you now. When we talk about the legal, you are talking about the legislation, about the legal. If the legislation permit allowed to have a government. So I can tell you that, but there is a modification in the civil law which recognize the signature, the electronic signature. Yes. So and we have a law of electronic trade. Yes, we have a law. We have a law of this operation between consumer and producer. Yes, we have a legislation in this market. So all we have to do is to make. So we have a legislation in that manner. So there is no problem in that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question that usually people ask me on conferences. The question is in style, who comes first, chicken or egg? So what do you think? What's most important for successful e-government? To start from e-services or start with digital identity of the citizen or companies? Yes, please.
Je pense le pivot de tout service électronique, c'est l'identification des personnes.
In any kind of e-service has to do with identification. To me, identification, it is the most important, and later on we'll develop the e-government and the e-administration. Algeria has already started to identify its population through the e-civil state archives, and also we allocated to all the Algerian citizens an e-number through the ID national card. The main purpose it is to have a higher level of security and protect citizens' identity, and to protect this a fundamental right. I believe that the backbone for a later development of the e-administration, it is to improve a solid system for the e-identification of citizens, first of all. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. If to compare my experience in Azerbaijan, we had already some e-services done in Azerbaijan before we started to implement mobile ID. But the communication between government platforms were the crucial thing that you mentioned before too. So to be successful in e-solutions which provided by government to citizens and businessmen, the databases of different entities of government should be linked. Of course, they shouldn't copy-paste the information from one database to another. It would be not very secure, but there should be like something as X-Road which connects platforms between the cells and exchange the information, but still stores the information in the original database. And for example, from Azerbaijan and difference between Estonia, In Estonia, we have one certificate which shows you as a citizen. But in Azerbaijan legislation, there was this kind of law that each entity should be verified separately. So in Azerbaijan, we have 3 different certificates: one for citizen, one for company, and one for governmental worker. And if you have more companies in Azerbaijan, you have to have a separate certificate for each company. So yes, identity is most important, but e-services is important as well, because if you develop a good identity, digital identity, and the citizens and companies cannot use them anywhere, then it will fail. So the best practice, of course, is to make e-services, e-government, and digital identity, is it a ID card or mobile ID, simultaneously in the same way. Thank you. So if there is no questions, then we can finish our breakout room. And thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you.
Hope you see you here soon again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to our big conference room. Then there are still some small final steps to do till we can say that we have ended up our 2 days workshop. So firstly, as we had the 2 rooms, breakout session rooms again, then I would like to ask from our breakout session leaders and maybe also somebody from the breakout session that what were the main conclusions or feedback or discussion points, what came out. So both the people in the rooms, different rooms can get the same information in the end of the day. So maybe, Daniel, let's go on firstly with you. Then you were here in the main room for our sense. What were the main discussion points what you discussed, or what were maybe main things what were emphasized?
There were several good questions, especially one of them was about interoperability between databases of government entities. Algeria already have a digital identity, but they are lacking the compatibility between and work between these databases. So as I mentioned in my presentation, one of the solutions is X-Road, which is a digitalized system which allows to communicate between the platforms.
Okay.
And the second question was about using their personal ID card that they already have in machines, M2M. So pretty interesting question because, as you know, in Azerbaijan we're using this solution. We are offering to machines the ID cards or mobile ID that can give bulk signatures for some kind of services, for example, insurance.
But did the Algerian people also give you, our participants give you some hints or feedback? What could be their next steps?
Yes, they are. First of all, they would like to develop more the digital identification. As I understood, they are not very, maybe they are not very, let's say, massively use the ID card. They are searching maybe for something more easier to use, for example, mobile ID or smart ID, and they want to develop further. And of course, the comparability between databases. This is most important to ease the business in Algeria.
Integration between the databases, yes. As they have like different databases and different solutions, but yes. How to make them to speak with each other?
With each other, yes.
That could be. Okay, yes. Very well, thank you. That's like very good conclusion. So do we have also conclusions from the other side? And I see that Letitia.
Yes, so we have discussed about the different topics treated during these 2 days, and some colleagues have expressed the concern about the need of formation, because we have not only the need to form the adult people, but also to prepare the younger people, especially kids, to prepare them for the use of technologies in the future and even now. We have discussed also about. Yes, do you hear me?
Very well.
Yes. So we have also discussed about the idea that Estonia started its experience by constituting the kind of consortium, which is ICT cluster, which is, in our point of view, can be a very good starting point from Algeria to have a certain structure under the leadership of government, for example, to gather all the efforts and to establish a clear policy to define what is the most important to start with. And I will give the turn to my colleague Tarek to continue the rest.
Tarek?
Thank you, Madam Mehdawi. So I will continue with the 2 other points that have been discussed. The first point was the importance of training all citizens, and how to train this big number of citizens. We have also talked about the importance of applying the private sector in the process, because for now the private sector is almost absent from the process of digitalization in Algeria. On a technical level, we have discussed a very similar problem that you have discussed apparently in the section 1. It's about the presence of multiple IDs and the non-use of the national ID. So we have the NIN, the national identification number, but it is not really used by different services. So on every e-government services, we have a different ID, different identification process, and a duplication of data. So it was cited by in the section 1, apparently. So we have duplicated data in every database of every e-government service. We think that the next step is to build a unique database with a similar solution for X roads to make real implementation and real interoperability between different administrations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for our panel leaders. To our participants, thank you for these conclusions. I have to say that it was totally heartwarming to hear that you mentioned also that maybe we need also cluster, that maybe we also need the collaboration between the IT companies and this kind of collection of the best practices. I, as a true believer of collaboration and the cluster, and have been together with this cluster, I have to say this is absolutely this way how to collect the best practices together. I understand that somewhere we also have Gedi as one of the panel leaders. So I heard that your workshop participants did a very nice conclusions. Do you have anything to add here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Very well.
Not too much. The conclusions were really good. Where we also reached was that actually this was just the first step of a nice collaboration, and actually they see that they would need also trainings in other topics, for example, the training of digital skills and so on, and to reach to the non-ICT professionals, not only the ICT professionals who we had today, because we understood that mainly we had public sector participants in the breakout session today.
Okay.
To include more stakeholders in the future. Mm-hmm. That was the message.
So maybe the private sector part was more like Daniel's breakout session, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the breakout session leaders. So I think we can conclude here. And so before I give you some final hints where you get all the materials and all the training things and what could be like the next steps, let me give floor to the final words to our partners and co-organizer of this workshop. And now I'm very happy to invite to our virtual stage Mr. Saeed Sharna from the UFM.
My name is Saeed Sharna. I'm a senior advisor at the UFM Secretariat, more precisely at the Economic Development and Employment Division. I'm an Algerian diplomat candidate at the UFM Secretariat. I would like, first of all, to express our gratitude to all the parties that have contributed to the organization of the workshop, UFM workshop on e-governance for Algerian participants that was held during the past 2 days in a digital manner. In particular, our partner GIZ, the Estonian ICT cluster, as well as the Algerian government, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Knowledge Economy and Startups for their commitment, interest, and much appreciated availability. My thanks go also to all the participants coming from different perspectives for their participation and interest in our activity. Some of my takeaways from the training are the following. Digital transformation is vital for business continuity in times of disruption and crisis like the ongoing pandemic crisis that we are witnessing currently, but it is also a vector of sustainable and inclusive economic development. The shift to e-governance requires strong political will, a committed leadership, as well as the devising and the implementation by small steps of a national strategy under the lead of under the lead of a government body and involving all the relevant stakeholders. This strategy can be inspired, of course, by international success stories like the Estonian experience, but it has definitely to take into account the available capacities and the specific needs of the concerned country. Digital identity is the cornerstone of any e-governance success. The digital identifier should be memorable, secure, and respectful of privacy. Interoperability and data exchange are important to take full advantage of the state registers that are already digitalized in a manner that permits saving of time and effort. It requires a secure, dedicated platform run by a government body and accessible to a number of stakeholders that is meant to increase gradually. Digital skills are needed for all citizens, both for providing and using e-services. To mainstream IT skills and enhance digital literacy, educational and training initiatives should be implemented in collaboration with different stakeholders, including the private sector, with the objective of reaching out the largest possible audience. Conducive legal framework is also a core component to build a secure digital society, trusted and accessible by all parties. E-services help improve the efficiency and the quality of public services and cut on the scourge of bureaucracy and its corollary, corruption. The applications of e-services may be as many as there are public services that are currently being carried out in a traditional manner. Some examples include e-justice, e-collection of taxes, e-cross-boarding, etc. Digital solutions contribute to the improvement of business environment and thus enable private sector investment and increase the country's attractiveness to foreign direct investment, which shall eventually lead to much needed job creation and economic development. In the specific case of Algeria, the Algerian government is clearly determined to take up the challenge of digitalization. The fact that the Algerian people is mostly made up of young people, 50% is under or less than 30 years, there is a huge potential for successful digital transition in Algeria. Several achievements have been realized in different fields in Algeria, including the digitalization of civil registers and land register, among other registers, the allocation of national identifying number, the issuing of biometric documents. However, more progress should be made in terms of safe interoperability between the different stakeholders and e-services accessibility. Finally, allow me to congratulate you on the successful organization of the workshop. Reiterate our warm thanks to GIZ and our interest for further collaboration with the Estonian ICT cluster, and my sincere wishes to Algeria for a successful implementation of its strategy to enable an e-governance in Algeria. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Said. I couldn't agree more that you said that for the digitalization you need strong political will and leadership. I think very well put together all the conclusions. And now I'm very happy to give a floor for the final words, Jamila Halisha from Algeria.
À l'heure d'aujourd'hui, l'heure est au changement et des modes de travail, de paradigme, et la notion que nous donnons au travail et le temps que nous donnons au travail. Donc le changement s'opère de facto, s'impose de facto, vu les effets et les impacts de la mondialisation, des crises économiques, des pandémies qui sévissent sur toute la planète. Donc nous sommes face à un fait où il faut changer absolument de méthode de travail, d'aller de plus en plus graduellement vers les modes virtuels de travail et de relations citoyens-citoyens, citoyens-administration et toutes les opérations d'échange, de partenariat, de commercialisation et divers types d'échanges. Notre ministère travaille activement à introduire justement ce changement numérique et impulser ce changement numérique, notamment dans les process et dans les relations administratives pour réduire la bureaucratie, la volonté de l'État d'aller vers la numérisation ou la digitalisation de la gouvernance ou du gouvernement ou tout simplement de mode de travail apparaît clairement par la mise en place d'un ministère dédié à la numérisation et statistique et par la mise en place d'un ministère dédié à l'économie de la connaissance dont le levier principal est les outils numériques. Donc, vous le savez, cet atelier a été organisé par notre département en partenariat avec l'Union pour la Méditerranée et l'agence de coopération allemande au développement GIZ qui a regroupé pendant ces 2 jours donc des experts et pas des moindres du gouvernement ou du cluster numérique estonien. Cet atelier a regroupé divers experts, divers opérateurs numériques, acteurs, start-up, étudiants, doctorats, représentants d'institutions. L'engouement a été clairement remarqué autour de thématiques que nous pensons et jugeons importantes pour construire justement cette économie que nous voulons basée sur la connaissance et qui a pour levier bien entendu l'outil numérique et procédures numériques. Nous espérons avoir touché le but, touché ou atteint nos objectifs d'information et de formation par l'organisation de cet atelier. Je ne saurais clore sans remercier Saïd Chama de l'Union pour la Méditerranée, Manal Messaoud de la Direction Générale Europe des Affaires étrangères, les différents experts du cluster numérique estonien. Je voudrais remercier vivement Jana et tous ses collègues de la GIZ et Jonas, Andreas, Alicia, et voilà, je vous remercie tous et bonne continuation, bonne santé. Je vous souhaite succès dans vos diverses entreprises et surtout, let's do it. À bientôt.
Thank you, Mrs. Jamila, for the kind words. On behalf of Estonian ICT Cluster, I have some final comments, instructions, words to you. Firstly, we are extremely thankful that you have been with us here those 2 days. And in the chat box, you will see now also the link to the eEstonia X.V website. There will be a link to your training, all the workshop materials. You can download from there the materials. And there is also a small feedback questionnaire. So if you give us a little bit feedback through this questionnaire, we would be extremely thankful to you. You can see there all the contacts, all the information, so anytime when you wish to get more knowledge how to, I don't know, maybe start a cluster. Or you have some next steps, discussion points, what you would like to ask, then feel free anytime to ask and to speak with us. Because we as Estonia ICT Cluster, we're gathering all this collaboration platform of all those companies who are in Estonia behind these e-governance solutions. They have this experience, and we are very eager to share this experience. If I may emphasize or bring a sport analogy here, then we have to remember that the digitalization or digital transformation, it isn't a sprint, it's more like a marathon. And in this marathon, it's very important that you have to have for that the right trainers, for example, or the right right partners. You have to build up for that the public-private partnership, which is strong and which works for your country. Or you need to have the digital strategy, which supports your right legislative environment that supports digitalization. This is the main issues about what you think, and in order to be the ones who are doing, let's say, the next world record when we're going on or ending up with a sport analogy. So our main aim is to help other countries and organizations to achieve world-class digital societies. For that, we're sharing our experience. This is the reason. I wish you success in your digitalization path, and I hope that you got good information, insights, ideas. What could be the next steps for you, and how you could be the next marathon winner. Thank you all for your participation.